They're a working class beers and riffs band.
You just heard our friend Joseph Schafer and Seed of Cain from Slaves Beyond Death from Black Breath. This is the Requiem Metal Podcast. I am Mark.
And I am Jason. And yeah, tonight or today, tonight, whenever you hear this, but it's morning for us. But yeah, we're gonna be hitting a band that's been, I think, near and dear to you and I, but they've been sort of off our radar screen for such a long time because they haven't put anything out in 11 years that we just didn't really discuss doing a show on them until Joseph that you heard at the very beginning was like, hey. Our headlining band is at Northwest Terror Fest this year is Black Breath. Would you be interested in doing a show? And last year we did the Agalak show, and that was a lot of fun and kind of opened up some doors. And we're like, yeah, fuck, I'm sure. Mark loves
Yeah,
those guys,
I've
and
always loved
I'm
this
I'm
band.
into them. Yeah, so it was like a good excuse to finally do something that we probably I don't know. I'm sure we maybe talked about doing it back in the early, the first kind of run of Requiem, especially when like, Heavy Breathing and Sentence was coming out, in 2010, 2011, 2012, somewhere in that era. But yeah, what better time than now to sort of do all this and
Well, I think it's pretty. I'm glad we waited because now we're 11 years past, or even more than that, really, probably 15 years past the kind of the resurgence of old school death metal, and it's kind of nice to see in retrospect what kind of what holds up, what's kind of novelty, and like what I don't even know what that it meant. The whole death metal revival was, I mean, mostly Swedish death metal revival, the HM2 sound. I think that there's a, I'm not trying to think, like, because when I went back to thinking, like, what was around the same time, there was, like, Trap Them came out. There's a lot of, like, hardcore adjacent stuff that was kind of using that tone, that guitar tone.
yeah.
What else did I have? Entrails was another one of those bands. Nails, sorry, came out at the same time, which didn't. It was a little too tough guy for me. The first record, I was like, okay, interesting, but this, in retrospect, this band is the one that stands out as like the, at least for my taste, really doing something different with it and having like actually writing songs you can remember.
Yeah, they're the winners. I think you're absolutely right. And periodically a lot throughout this episode, I got to interview Joseph about a week ago, and he's very clearly like pitted into this scene because of his age. He's much younger than us by about a decade, and his location, he lives out in Seattle where all of this Black Breath stuff was kind of happening, and he's booked them for Northwest Terror Fest, and I'll let him tell a lot of those stories throughout. But he kind of came to the same conclusion that it was them and Trap Them were kind of contemporaries. I mean, Dysphere had some vibes of this, but they were also doing their own thing that was separate and had preceded all this. Dysphere
Yeah.
goes back to the 90s, technically. Um, but he mentions like Nails and some of these other acts, and he basically says, for not to give too much away, but
I
there
haven't
are
heard it
certain
yet, so this is all new
yeah, yeah.
to
There
me.
are certain bands that had Black Breath's career that they broke up right as like this thing was maybe finding the right audience and they got out of the game a little too early, and that a band like, for example, Nails probably has enjoyed some of the successes that they should have, and maybe
Yeah.
and even a band that is real quality like Power Trip is
Yeah.
taking a lot of what Black Breath did, but they really, with Nightmare Logic, that kind of took some of the momentum that a band like Black Breath had been building and kind of crescendoed it to to another level for a bit. And
I think on its surface too, black, like, because um, I just totally spaced out on the band you just said.
Power Trip, yeah.
Power Trip. Like they definitely had that thrash thing as
Hmm.
well going on. And I think that kind of set them apart because on the surface, Black Breath can come across as just HM2 worship.
Yeah,
If you're
yeah.
just like, kind of skipping through an album or something. But yeah, where they end up going with the career too is pretty interesting. I would have loved, I'd be interested. I don't know if they were going to do another record, what they would do. I kind of
Yeah.
like that we just have these three records in the EP.
Well, Schaefer talks about it near the end that in his booking of them for Northwest Terror Fest, he started to engage in some conversations with the guys, and they have stuff that they wrote sitting there.
Oh, nice.
And and he kind of makes mention, and I I'd like, want to table this discussion for a little bit later, but like a record that we just heard from Slaves Beyond Dawn, Beyond Death, excuse me, is kind of a transition record. And he's
Yeah,
sort of, but we never got to hear what they transitioned to. And so maybe, who knows if things go well, and it seems like the response to Northwest Terror Fest has been pretty phenomenal. He's actually sold the fastest that he's ever sold one of these festivals, and he's kind of like
it's
he's
great.
getting a lot of people coming out of the woodwork from international, like people that are like, "Holy shit, Black Breath is back!" And
Yeah.
it's almost like it's like 10 years of building, and like now the fandom is maybe like catching up a bit to like how awesome these guys really were, and is maybe ready to appreciate them. And so I do hope that they do come out and do something again
That'd be
and
cool.
show us what is next, because I think I love everything they've ever done.
Yeah.
And they all operate in different ways.
Well, I know
I mean,
the
what you
bass player, died as well, so that kind of, I think they
sure,
kind of just shut the door on everything.
yep, yep, absolutely. And what you just heard there, Seed of Cain, is I don't say it's an anomaly, but we're definitely going to get to Slaves Beyond Death. It's a different type of record, but you can hear some cool. Shreddy guitar mixed in, there's some Vi and Lynch and Ingve kind of harmonics in the intro, and then you get kind of a much more of a like a Metallica sort of heavy thrash kind of vibes at times in it and stuff like that. But you also have the D beat that's kind of mixed in, and that's kind of part of the DNA of what makes Black Breath kind of unique and stuff. And obviously, as Mark mentioned before, that warm, HM2 kind of Wolverine blues kind of pedal rumble that's kind of the foundation of their sound. And Joseph
Well,
called it HM2 core, which I think is a cool
yeah,
little,
and
you know.
what's his nuts? Oh, geez, it's been a while since I've talked about metal. So my Kurt Ballou, his production
Yep.
on the drums and guitar specifically are incredible. I don't I don't know if the HM2 has been captured any better than he did on, especially on Slaves. I feel like that just holding those notes out is just like God. It just feel, and I think the D beat thing mixed with it's a similar kind of concoction to what Entomb did as well.
Mhm.
Having that whole kind of crust, Swedish crust thing mixed in the beginning. I think they really broke down what the DNA, probably not knowingly, but like in their heart of hearts, they knew what sounded right and what could work in this thing. It's kind of taking all the same, instead of trying to sound like Entombed, to me it feels like they used Entombed's mindset to kind of get where their sound was going. The mix of punk, of thrash, of specifically Metallica, Master of Puppets era. A lot of that stuff is just like magic.
Yeah, it's almost like a band that like took massive killing capacity and Wolverine Blues and Clandestine and just like ignored what came next from the rest from that band's DNA and just
Yeah.
started making records like off of the backs of those three records, and just was like, yeah, we don't know about what Dismember did after or Entomb. We're just gonna like it's like a divergent timeline or something, and they just kind
Hmm.
of went with it. And and there's obviously a lot more punk in the DNA of Black Breath than probably even in Entombed or Dismember. But in terms of the riffing and the use of the HM2 and the warmth and some of that, the thinking is very much geared into that. And even maybe even like Grave Solace, you could probably maybe throw some of that into the DNA of where these
There's
guys are
definitely a
coming
lot
out
of
of.
groove going on to
Yeah.
it as well, which is a can be a gross word to me sometimes, but
It's
in
done
this
right,
case,
man.
it's very good.
Yeah, I think, I think there's a time and a place, like a good groove, I mean, like, I don't know. Like I was just Friday, we're recording on Sunday. So a couple days ago, myself and a Patreon of ours, who is a former student of mine, we drove down to Cleveland to see Acid Bath and Midnight, and that was fantastic. But we were sort of driving down, and I don't know how it came up, but like somehow I was playing a Ministry, Psalm 69. He had never heard it. And he was like,
Oh
"Whoa, this is
wow.
really fucking heavy and stuff and the groove and blah blah." I said, "Yeah, there was a moment where like, I think I even played him Helmet for the first time. He had never heard Meantime and stuff, and he's like, "I hear the DNA of this in a lot of other bands." And we kind of were talking a little bit about groove, because Acid Bath has some grooves to it, and that's kind of, one of the influences maybe on some of the Slipknot kind of stuff or whatever. But I
Yeah.
said, "Man, there's a sweet spot. You listen to like like a record like Las Exorcisto from White Zombie, and there's some like good stuff there. Maybe you don't like what came after or whatever, but like, even like early, Phil Pantera, like had a couple of moments where you're like, okay, I can see why people thought this could be the next thing. What came out of that
Sepultura,
sort of sucks.
KSAD,
Yeah,
and yeah,
KSAD, exactly. So yeah, there is kind of a, and he's a guy that thinks of he only knows like Rob Zombie's solo songs. So like he probably, it's like if you're thought of like what I'm like, no, actually you listen to like some stuff on Sexorcisto, it's a pretty good mellow record, it's whatever.
yeah.
But it's just really interesting, like that if you weren't there to see the best parts of it and you only know about the worst parts that kind of lived on throughout the late 90s, you're kind of like, well, of course that stuff sucked, but
Yeah. It's a
anyway,
certain that's another contingent of metal that I don't know. It's more of like mainstream popular. Like that's the stuff
yes.
that kind of rubbed off on people more,
Yep.
and it
Yep.
seemed kind of old hat by the time that stuff came on. We were already deep into death metal and more fringe stuff.
Yep, exactly, exactly. So before we dive in, just a couple shout outs. Patreon, we got a new Patreon, Dominique Zimmer. So thank you for signing up. And if you are interested in supporting what we do, we did get a lot of really positive, fun feedback, including from Schafer. That's going to be coming up after the first talk set about the PL episode that we did. A lot of discussion on Discord. You can follow the Requiem Metal Discord and stuff. But if you kind of like what we do and you'd like to sign up to support us, go to patreon.com/Requiem podcast, and find us there. And we actually created some new slots. So not everybody has to be a $10 a month person. You could be a $5 a month person and belong to I was joking with Mark, the Gregor McIntosh fan club, along with us. And if you want to support Mark's college fund, you can sign up and be a $20 Patreon. And you can kind of have some voice in some future episode selections. We'll probably do that once or twice a year where we'll pull out of a hat like we did for the Rebel Girls episode and say, hey, give us a couple of ideas for episodes and let Mark and I kind of debate which one we'd like to do. And you know, chances are we were joking that somebody in the $20 slot is not going to pick like Disturbed or something. I hope, so it
We'll
should
see.
it should work out its own way, and it's going to be some quality stuff. So again, if you've been on the fence, or maybe $10 a month was a little too steep for you, and you just kind of want to come in on the ground up, be like, hey, you know what, $5 a month, that's really not much. We do share a lot of the full interviews and the videos with all these different interviews that we do that get cut up in the episode, including the Schafer one you're going to hear throughout. So, but yeah, just shout out to Dominique and some of the good feedback we sort of got from all that. But
Well, and what's $10 nowadays? You get a coffee and a
like
donut,
maybe a
and that's
donut, yeah,
15 bucks.
yeah, exactly. I
So
think we do this
it means a
commercial
lot.
free. We play full songs. We're trying to we do the research, do the interviews, all this sort of stuff to kind of bring you a fulfilling drive.
Well,
Long
we
drive.
pay for a service, so we don't have to rely on Spotify to tell us that we're not going against their algorithm, or we're getting copyright flagged or whatever. So we can, if you try to subscribe through a podcast aggregator and not necessarily through any of the big mainstream Goliaths, because they tend to, without us knowing, just take off episodes, just throw them right in the
I
trash.
always know. I always get the emails from YouTube and Spotify saying your episode's been flagged or whatever. I'm like, cool.
Yeah.
But Apple Podcast seems to be okay. And not that I'm supporting them as a giant company, but we haven't gotten flagged too much there. But I'm sure it's any day now, that kind of stuff will start to kind of, get, and we do have, there's people that get, a lot of episodes like cut off and they don't realize that they missed an episode because they only subscribe on like, Spotify and some of those
Yeah,
kind of
where'd you guys
places.
go?
Yeah,
But
what
yeah,
happened
if
to
you
you
go to
guys?
like Fountain is one that I use for podcasts, and that just scrubs directly from. It doesn't pull it out of the same RSS feed as well, it's using the same RSS feed that Spotify and Apple Music and all those are pulling from. It's like giving you directly to the source, so you'll
Gotcha.
get exactly what we put out
In
and
the
not.
middleman.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no middleman.
that's good. That's good. Yeah. So, Yeah, but otherwise, before I mentioned the Acid Bath show, that was really great. Dax sounded good. You and I were kind of bullshitting about the Opeth Catatonia show that I think we talked about with Albert that I was gonna be going like the following week as
Yeah.
we were recording that. And turned out great. Opeth sounded great. Catatonia was heavy. That was like one, they sounded like fully formed. Just their set list was, I don't know. I mean, it was the best they've sounded in a while. Like I saw them out in Psycho Las Vegas, and they sounded like shit. Their equipment was failing on them and stuff. So, from a tightness perspective, they seem tight. Like whoever Jonas has surrounded himself with. I don't know who all is in the band anymore, but
Well, they had the other guitar player that was in. Oh Jesus, we did a show about them.
hmm.
Swedish band
No, I'm drawing a blank. Who it is?
that in Solitude. I believe
Oh,
he
no
was
shit.
touring with them on this tour. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense why they sounded so good.
Heinrich Palm, I think, is the guitar
Oh,
player's name.
Heinrich Palm is in that band. Okay, I've got
Well,
one of
he's
the
just, I
solo
think,
records.
just live guitarist because the other guy couldn't. I forget who
Get into
was.
the
It's
country
the
or
guy that used to be
something.
in Entombed. The Entombed AD
Got it.
was
Yeah.
unable to come or something. So,
For as much
but
as I love old Catatonia, I've kind of lost the script on new Catatonia. I don't really pay a lot of attention to what's going on, which is
I've been,
sad.
with my son likes to. Only time he likes to take a nap is on a drive.
Hmm.
So nap drives. I've kind of. What was I listening to? I think I was just listening to obviously old Catatonia, and then something new popped up. Not that new, but from something probably 10, 15 years old, and it had a little bit of a hint of the Anders riff that I miss so much. And I went back and
Yeah.
listened to the whole record, and I was like, ugh, I don't,
No,
I don't care about it.
it's like three. It's usually like three or four songs from those like 2010s records that I like, and then the rest I'm like, they're fine, but I don't crave them or like they're not memorable to me, and that's really unfortunate.
It
So
became too rhythmic, just like
yeah,
dun 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 dun. I was like, ugh.
it's like a
That's
little bit
okay
of
for
that.
emphasis, like for emphasis on stuff, but like,
Yeah.
I don't know. There's no. I want the sad guitar back.
Well, it's like the same thing Meshuggah does. Like it's like but they're not as bad as Meshuggah, but it's kind of that like it
It
just
just doesn't
sounds
do
all the
anything for
same
me.
to me. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
really unfortunate. But a band that does do something for us is Black Breath. So
Oh, nice
let's
segue.
let's 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 talk about them. And again, they're drawing on all of this great sort of Swedish stuff. But one thing about Black Breath, I think this is a kind of a cool band that kind of follows the trajectory of our story because Razor to Oblivion comes out the same year we start the podcast, and I would say like this band kind of hit right when we were kind of starting, and it was this sense of a Swedish death metal revival that Mark you kind of mentioned a moment ago, and this renaissance that was starting to emerge. You had Death Evocation, you had Bloodbath and Evocation and Repugnant, and some of those bands that were kind of in the early 2000s kind of bringing some of this back. But I also think what was unique is these guys were from America, and it was like, oh shit, this is cool. Like it's a group of like punk rock kind of kids that are kind of our age that were growing up with all these records that we loved, and they're kind of just transmitting it through their own DNA, and adding some of their own je ne sais quoi to it. And you could also tell that they liked, Converge, and they liked, the D beat sound. And like, so it was like, okay, I love Converge and I love Swedish death metal. And like, some of that was kind of morphing together. And so I think from both an emotional and an intellectual way, there was something really cool right away that flagged us with Black Breath. And I don't remember like who was it you that discovered Razor to Oblivion? Like I don't remember. Chris
I
showed
bought
it
it at
to
a
us.
show, I think.
Is that where it was?
But
Okay.
they were when they were touring. Because I remember playing in Detroit a couple times, but usually they were either with like a hardcore band
Hmm.
or I think we'd have to look up on Setlist FM or whatever. But the time that we went together, I think it was Toxic Holocaust because they were
Pretty
kind
sure
of
it was Toxic Holocaust. Yeah.
they were touring all the time, and even
Hmm.
that the Razor to Oblivion EP, I don't think is really it doesn't really track with where they go next.
No, no,
It
for
sounds
sure.
very German thrash
Yep.
to me and very like Toxic Holocaust kind of,
A lot of Venom and Bathory riffs
yeah.
kind of mixed in and stuff too. Yep. Yep.
And so it's like a real, I don't think it's real representative of where they go, but it's an interesting start. But I'm pretty sure that, because I think I picked that up at one of their shows. and it's only a
Yeah,
4 songs or something on a 12 inch. But
it is. Yep. And I think you were more plugged in to Discovery in 2008 than I was. Like before we did like before we really were getting into Requiem, to the podcast and like kind of post New Moon, like I
hmm
was, I was in teacher land, and
where
unless
you were
I
working
kind
in
of
your career, and I was pounding the pavement for work.
yeah, but you seem to kind of have like a little bit more of a pulse because I think you were on the computer a little bit more and you kind of saw things that were being shared or something. You seem to kind of get that. And then I think it was when you started living with me, I found a bunch of websites that had like weird downloads to stuff. Like a bunch of like obscure like demos and things from like the glory days. Someone had ripped them and uploaded them and stuff. And that's where like I remember discovering Ghost. And I remember
Oh yeah,
you were like down the basement doing work and I kept like listening to like that first Ghost upstairs. And I remember at one point you like came up, you're like, what the fuck is this? It sounds great. And I was like, oh dude, I found it on this like website that's like it's coming out soon. And so like that, I think it was like 09, 2010 when I kind of finally started to like really start looking a little bit more. And also I think I discovered Decibel at that point, whereas I think you and Chris had been buying Decibel a little bit before me. So you were probably reading reviews on like, upcoming stuff that like it
yeah. I
wasn't.
think I got it maybe year 2 or something. I started, and then I
Okay.
went back and got like the PL and At the Gates Hall of
Hmm.
Fame stuff. And
Yeah,
I guess
because I
yeah, it
think
was right around the same time as that At the Gates. That's probably when because
yeah,
that was what was that, '07 or
at the
some in
Gates
New York?
reunion that
Yeah.
was '08 because
Oh wait.
we recorded with Albert. Remember, it was episode 15 and 16 we did with Albert right after that at the Gates reunion show. So it was like summer, June or July of 2008. So, yep, pretty wild times, But like I don't know. There was some other bands that were floating around from America too that were doing stuff like All Pigs Must Die and Cursed. They kind of had some
hmm
of that sound too, but they were more in the punk realm, and so maybe they didn't like appear on our radar screen as much. Whereas like a band like Converge seemed to appeal to everyone, and so like
Yeah.
they kind of towed the line in a cool way, and basically on stuff like Razor to Oblivion, like you mentioned like you get a little bit more of that kind of necro retro sort of black thrash, R Noir riffs and Niflheim and some of that kind of stuff. There's even a song we're not playing on off Razor called Fatal Error that really starts with like a Venom Bathory riff and stuff.
Yeah.
But there is some like evidence of Dismember and Autopsy and Wolverine Blues and some of that that's kind of baked in. But you got to look for it a little bit more. Um, but I think it's really heavy breathing that really just is like, whoa. And that was like when I really started paying attention. I'm sure you played me Razor to Oblivion. I mean, I own it, so I clearly like picked it up and bought it, but I don't think I really got way into these guys until heavy breathing. And that's probably when we saw them live, was right on like the heavy breathing tour, I
Yeah.
imagine,
Yeah. That
you
would
know.
make sense. And that, I mean,
Uh,
that record front to back it was kind of tough picking songs because you want to just play the whole record.
I know, I know. And we are playing a lot of songs from them, but they're so fucking short. That's the other cool thing. It's
Yeah.
like Black Breath just sort of gets in and out, especially on those the first two full lengths where it's very immediate. I can't remember if it's Heavy Breathing or Sentence to Life, but it's like 10 songs, like 32 minutes. And that's fucking like Rain and Blood territory. You know what I mean? Where you're just
Yeah. I
like
kind of miss that
boom,
like
immediate.
get right to the point.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But what are your thoughts on the EP? Yeah, because we're gonna play a couple cuts from it. What's your takeaway on Razor to Oblivion as you're kind of looking back on it now, or putting it on again for the first time in a bit?
I,
You
I
know.
don't think it's essential. I mean, it's kind of like if you're a completist like we tend to be with bands we like, it's good to have, but I don't think it doesn't really kind of project where the future is. It doesn't feel like them songwriting wise. It
Mm-hmm.
doesn't feel like it has an identity. It's trying to kind of I can't think of. There's a lot of bands because even I recorded a song all by myself that kind of sounds like something off Razor to Oblivion with that
Yeah.
kind of the black thrash kind of riff, very kind of German kind of thrash sounding riff. And I don't even think the HM2 sound isn't really there yet. It's kind of just very kind of you know early early days, just messing around, like trying to find their footing. Is kind of how it fits in for me.
Yeah, I kind of said that the main word that comes to mind with early Black Black Breath is fun. It's just a fun record, but it's not essential. I think you're right there.
Yeah.
It's like these guys kind of wanted to come into a concert setting and crush the audience with a barrage of catchy riffs from five different genres. And, they're kind of slapping together metallic hardcore and D-beat stuff and discharge rhythms. And it's
Hmm.
like this stuff translates really well live. I think Razor Oblivion, like if I was to see those kind of songs,
Oh, sure.
it's like a fun show, but it's not anything I'm going to go home and like think much about. And until you get to like Black Sin, Spit on the Cross and stuff, you're
Hmm.
like that. It's like they level up so completely with it. Um, I mean, like, a song like, Beneath the Crust, I mean, it's telling you exactly like what they're doing right there.
Yeah.
But I do think there's like a certain amount of assuredness that with this EP that's pretty impressive. And like I said, the amount of like fun, there's a lot of like converge kind of catchy breakdowns that they stitch together. There's some like thrashy palm muting that's kind of there. Um, what did I write about Beneath the Crust? I said uh this song is like if Converge played the Metallica Whiplash with an HM2 pedal. Like it's just such like a weird like exercise of like, okay, I like all of these things. Let's do it. And
Hmm.
it's like it's not there yet, but you can kind of feel the youthful like enthusiasm in all the songs.
That's
Like these
yeah.
are
That's the key right there.
yeah, these guys like are just like they love things completely. And they're like, "Oh, dude, I want to do this." And like, "Oh, I love this band." And like, "Well, let's fucking throw it all in it's
Yeah.
like when you and your buddies like who love a lot of different types of music can't like settle on what you want the music to sort of sound like or whatever. Um you do a cool like at the very end of Beneath the Crust, and this is probably not a reference you'll appreciate, but some people listening will. But it's like you get I called it the Vecna Stranger Things Doomsday Clock final breakdown, where you kind of hear the clock ticking and stuff, and Stranger Things season 4. That's like the signal you're gonna die, that the Freddy Krueger character is gonna come get you or whatever. So I kind of that's been a big deal in pop culture, I suppose. So maybe some people will understand that reference, but for
Well,
the most
certainly
part,
that show made a lot of money for Metallica again.
yeah, it did. And oh, speaking of which, okay, total like little side thing, but you mentioned that if you get a chance, the two new 28 Years movies are both pretty awesome. I don't know if you saw the one that came out like a year ago or so.
No, I tried to play one on that
On Apollo, it
on
didn't work.
Apollo and it didn't work.
Okay. If you get a chance to see Bone Temple, it's great. Ray Fiennes is like fucking off the hook. It's like one of the best things he's ever done. And there's this really kind of iconic sequence that a bunch of people told me about who saw it in the theater. They're like, dude, have you seen it yet? You got to see it. You got to see it. I'm like, okay, why? And I wanted to see it anyways, but they're like, there is a scene you're gonna fucking love. And sure enough, I watched it, and it's this great. I don't know. I don't want to give too much away, but essentially, like Ray Fiennes is like giving people psychedelics to then present himself as Satan himself while he puts Number of the Beast on and like basically dances while they're fucking tripping balls. And he's like mouthing fucking Bruce Dickinson and like dancing around, and he's covered in fucking pig's blood. And it's like, it's pretty fucking metal. It's one of the most metal things I've ever seen in a movie. So very
That's
cool
funny.
just to watch for that sequence. But basically, all of Razor to Oblivion, if we're kind of staying on point here, it's all hors d'oeuvres for heavy breathing. And
Yeah.
Southern Lord puts out heavy breathing in 2009, and they lose a lot of the sort of thrash elements, I suppose, and they really crank up I call it the indecent and obscene massive killing capacity meets clandestine Wolverine blues riffs, and
Hmm.
we're on. And I saw this is really cool, and then I'll pass the mic. But as I was kind of looking through the reviews on Metal Archives, did you look by chance at any of the reviews for Heavy Breathing on Archives?
Uh, there's only one.
Is there only one for Heavy Breathing? Okay. Did you
Yeah.
see what the person said?
No, I just saw. I have the page up right now, so I just said
Okay.
this is one review, 94%.
Yeah, it says the person acknowledged that they heard this record on a Requiem Metal podcast year-end show.
That's
I was like, dude, that's fucking
hilarious.
sweet. That's sick. Yeah. So, and I mean, we worshipped at the altar of this band pretty hard. So, yeah. So I don't know. Give me your thoughts. What are your thoughts on heavy breathing and when you heard this and like, your expectations having heard Razor and then all of a sudden like blowing the lid off? I'm sure you were just as surprised as I was.
Yeah, I don't. I'm trying to think because I haven't. Usually, I think since 2015, since Slaves Beyond Death came out,
Hmm.
I didn't really go back and listen to the other two records that much. And then going back and listening to this, I was like, holy! It just all came back immediately.
Yeah.
Because I know a mutual friend of ours too, Jason Schrum. He plays in a lot of local Detroit hardcore bands and stuff. He was big on this band too, because it was like the eras of Entombed that both of you guys are probably you're closer in age I think than me.
Yeah. I think we graduate the same year or something. Yep.
Yeah, and so it was like that the whole Wolverine Blues thing is that was like his sweet spot, and this was just huge.
Hmm.
This popped out as kind of hitting everything, but almost like the song, everything like the songs were just like fully formed immediately. There's like a bunch of different parts, but there's always a breakdown where everybody you could imagine everybody doing a circle pit in every single song, and even like instrumentals and stuff, which seem to fall out of favor pretty regularly. But they can pull something back in pretty compelling, with that and the mix of like the song titles and it's all kind of just everything seemed to really kind of work. It hit all the. It wasn't nothing was because there's the problem I had with a lot of the kind of like genre mashing is it didn't seem to work. Some of the stuff it was like you're trying to really cram it together, and I think them doing because we had the whole thrash revival and what was that early 2000s.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think that's kind of maybe where that Razor to Oblivion is like they were kind of right on the tail end of that. And then it's like, okay, let's kind of, push that aside and let's just go to this more, Swedish death metal thing. I think was it 2007 or 8? What do you call it? Southern Lord put out the Nihilist
Mm. Yep.
demos thing as well. I don't know if that had anything to like that was it was fresh in the air as well, but yeah, I just remember this just kind of being like an immediate record, and they toured the hell out of this thing too.
And there's such a great live band, and Joseph talks a lot about that because he's seen them a ton as well, and he was friends with the guys and stuff. But just the sheer energy and a song like we're gonna hear after we switch from Razor, Black Sin, Spit on the Cross, just the way the like gang vocals, which comes kind of more out of hardcore, but like again, it's like, dude, if I was gonna start a band that would like pure energy, like and have just sick fucking razor wire, HM2 riffs, but like have like shout along, sing along choruses, like, huh. You know what I mean? Like it's like
It
this.
works.
How did no one think of this before? It's like this formula, and once you hear it, you're like, this is brilliant. Everybody should have been doing stuff like this if you were like a metalcore band or something. And
Well,
that's
it seems
that's
like the aesthetic almost of like how Anthrax stood out in thrash.
yeah,
Like this is like it sounds like what New York death metal should have sounded like in my mind instead of
yeah.
suffocation, all that stuff.
That's a really good thing that it's almost like that's the appeal of Anthrax. They might not have like the best guitar solos or the best, this or that or the best vocalist, whatever, but like they were fun. They were always like really fun. And I'm sure seeing Anthrax live compared to just on record was like, an experience back in the 80s that their crowds like Exodus were probably a lot of moshing and I mean caught in a mosh. I mean
Yeah,
they kind of understood that energy and like what that can bring to the table, and that doesn't always translate very well in albums. But I think like what Heavy Breathing does so well, and we're going to hear in this trio of songs that we're going to end the set with, like between Kurt Ballew's production, and like you mentioned before, no one before had really captured like the HM2. Like, I mean, Skogsberg did for what it's worth, but like this is like a little bit of an evolution of that, and
yeah.
better recording techniques and in things that were kind of
It's
going on
I
since the
think
early
there's
90s.
more isolation. It's more organic, less compressed.
Yeah.
But yeah, just I think you can totally tell that. I think it seems that Ballou works with a lot of bands that are really good live bands, and then
Mm.
tries to replicate that sound as much as possible with, because like you can tell that they rehearsed the hell out of these songs. They knew them front and back. It was tight, and then you can go in and there's always a lot of air and like
Mm.
space in the songs too. Like when everything drops out, but just the vocals and the drums or something. They're just that energy is like that like you can picture kids just like jumping all over the place and bashing into each other and shit. Just listen to
Yes.
these songs; they get you all amped.
Yep. So we're gonna hear a trio of tunes from Heavy Breathing to end this first set after we play a pair of tunes from Razor Oblivion. But the first one we're gonna hear is Black Sin, Spit on the Cross, which is kind of a crowd favorite. And Neil's vocals. I don't know if we mentioned yet. I'll mention it real quick here. Um, I guess. Well, yeah, I'll mention the band mates right now, but Neil McAdams on vocals, Zach and Eric are the guitar players, and Elijah is the bass player, and then Jamie is the drummer. But Neil's vocals in particular on Spit on the Cross are really fun, like the him spitting out that title and things like that. You get a lot of the kind of Wolverine blues. You get a cool left hand path eerie riff before you get a full like hardcore crust punk breakdown. Um, it's got all the sort of elements, and then you jump to a tune like Virus. You get the cool verse sing along kind of chorus thing. Like you mentioned, like thrash punk, like Anthrax or Suicidal Tendencies or something like that, kind of
Yeah.
going on in the first half, and then you get that kind of sick, sinister riff, and then it goes into like I wrote, it's like hardcore punk meets like Judas Priest traditional metal on the second half of Virus. It's a very, just a weird, new Nawabum kind of feel to it almost or something. It's
They
it's
like to do a lot of like tempo shifts,
yeah,
mid song. I mean, it's classic good songwriting,
yeah.
like
That's
more pop, almost pop traditional songwriting, but in the death metal context.
I was trying to think too. Like this didn't come up with Joseph and I, but like I feel like it's right around the same time, or maybe this like predates it when like Kavaltertak is coming out, who also seemed to like tap in a little bit to this energy, where they were like writing really good hooks, but they
Yeah,
also had like a lot of other elements kind of built in too. It might have been '09, 2010 when that debut came out. I don't have it in front of me, but there were a few bands that were doing stuff like this, but in America, like Black Breath, I mean, Trap Them did it, but I don't feel like Trap Them had as catchy of stuff. They were maybe a little bit stronger in the hardcore or crust, a little bit maybe more than
yeah. Just the
like
songs didn't
Black
stand
Breath
out
were.
to me as much from what I remember because
Yeah, and they were great. They were good.
I did. I'm trying to think what record that was. I did them
Probably the one
for
that
a
came out
Decibel
in
Lead
'08.
review, where it's like a
Okay.
takeoff on the Who, where everybody's pissing on the
Oh
obelisk
yeah,
thing.
on the monolith thing. Yeah, yeah,
I
that's
don't
fun.
remember what record, but I remember listening to it then. I was just like, it didn't have what I expected or want. I didn't get, of course, didn't get much of a chance either. But this was like what I wanted. I think
Hmm.
out of the kind of energy and because that's something I think the early Swedish death metal really had this like almost unharnessable energy. You couldn't really capture it well, and by this time, like production as it is, was able to capture how these bands, like how I imagine them sounding.
Absolutely. Well, let's get into it. We're going to hear from Joseph at the beginning and the end. Kind of chopped up his interview into some pieces, and then we'll go right into Razor to Oblivion and Beneath the Crust from the debut EP from '08. Then a trio of tunes from Heavy Breathing, Black Sin, Spit on the Cross, Virus, and then Escape from Death, which we'll talk about when we get back. Enjoy. All right. Once again on Requiem Metal Podcast, we are joined by the esteemed friend, journalist, metal impresario, friend of the podcast, Joseph Schafer. So, Joseph, this is our annual little Northwest Terror Fest meeting. So, welcome.
I'm really happy to be doing it again. And by the way, I don't think anyone's ever called me impresario before. That's new. I like it.
Take it. Take it. Run with it. Yeah,
I will. Maybe I'll put that on the Northwest Terrafest business cards if
you should.
I ever need one. Eh.
I've often thought whether or not, because I do run into people who ask about the podcast, like when I'm like I mentioned, they're like, "What's it called?" And I always am like, "This would actually be a time to just like hand," but it also feels really weird to have a Requiem Metal podcast business card. So it's like I don't know. You just hope they may either like put it in their notes on their phone or something. I don't know. So yeah, like
You
an
know,
American
it
Psycho kind of thing. You just thinking about whether you want one, don't want one. What does it look like?
someone speaking of the business card scene in American Psycho. Unutilized grind sample. When he sliding the one business card across the table says, "You know what that is? Bone." 4 count in, and we're grinding.
Yeah,
It's
you're not
right
wrong.
there. There's
Yeah.
so many good grind samples to be had, people. It's more than just the Evil Dead.
Yeah. Yep. Well, there's a oh man, there's like a horror band. It's a grind band, but they use a bunch of it's not Mortician, but it's I have it upstairs. It's
I
like
think Mortician does use samples, though.
oh, they do. I know, but I'm trying to think. It's like something newer. Anyways, this is a bad conversation because I can't remember anything. So don't worry about it. Just forget I even mentioned that there's some band that uses just a healthy amount of them.
We've kicked this off so well.
I think so.
I can't. We could just end it there. It's
Yeah,
gone
I
so
think
well
we've
so far.
covered everything we need to say about Black Breath. So welcome again. And last year we did the Agalok episode for people that are new to Requiem, and this year one of your headlining acts is a old favorite of Requiem, a band that Mark and I love dearly. And I think we've mentioned maybe doing them, but we also were like, well, like they're not doing much anymore. They kind of, faded away. And so maybe it lost its momentum once we kind of went on hiatus a bit. So you are bringing them back as an act. So tell us just a little bit about why Black Breath for you as a headlining act. And I know they mean a lot to you a bit. So just kind of give us a little bit of that background on why you reached out to us about trying to do a Black Breath episode.
I do want to do that. I want to answer that question. I want to have this conversation, my friend. But before we do this,
Oh,
I need to. Okay. Can we do a brief tangent on Requiem Metal Podcast? A tangent?
tangent.
Never.
Who knew? Yeah.
Okay.
Who knew?
Friends, if you just want to hear about Black Breath and don't want to revisit the last episode with me for a few minutes, seek ahead. However, if you, like me, have so many feelings about the Requiem plus Albert Mudrian Paradise Lost album rankings, please go on this short diversion with me. I haven't hooted, hollered, and screamed at my little podcast speaker so hard for you guys. Ever.
Oh man, I can't. I don't know where this is going to come down. If I'm going to feel embarrassed or liberated or a little, probably of both. I imagine. So yeah. What are your thoughts? What are some of the things that you thought about?
You absolutely succeeded in the exercise, because a great list, as enlightened human beings know, a great list doesn't exist to lay down recommendations. A great list exists to start arguments.
It's true.
That's what it's for.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I gotta say, there's just some choices on there that are, if I'd been in the room, okay, little peek behind the curtain. Jason and I have talked about maybe me doing that episode with them.
Yep.
You were right to go with Albert because I'm also a massive fan, right? But like, Albert's the man, right?
Mm-hmm.
However, self-titled that high?
Hey, that wasn't me, but I like that record a lot.
I literally like all of them.
Yeah,
so
it's the impossible list for that reason. There's not like there. I mean, everybody thinks Believe in Nothing is a consensus like last place, but if that's your last place out of 17, it's not a bad place to be. I that's a record I can listen to from start to finish. Still,
it's not my lowest.
That's fine. What is your lowest, out of curiosity?
Lost Paradise.
Okay. All right.
It's because they're not Paradise Lost yet. That's why it's the worst Paradise Lost album, because it doesn't feel like Paradise Lost. Right.
But I also think like you, like me, came to that record later. And maybe if you had been in the door with, where Mark and Albert and Chris and some of those guys were, I mean, I felt guilty ranking it at 10th place. I remember like apologizing. And then those guys were like, hey, don't apologize. And they had it like pretty close to that too. But yeah, I think it's not a record I reach for very much. I appreciate the hell out of it because it kind of is a pretty big Death Doom beginner, but it's not them fully hooked yet. I
see exactly where you're coming from. And look, I've got a soft spot for when I came in, because when I came in, my first PL album, Faith Divides Us, Death Unites Us.
Great record.
And I have this Pavlovian response to it. But you know what? I loved your top 5. I'd probably put Drac Times at 1, but whatever. Like it
was tough. If
comparing
you had
diamonds.
surveyed me after MDF last year when I was like
You
in
would've said Drac Times.
the gloom pit, I would have said Drac probably. You know what I mean? It was just you caught me on that day of the week, and that's kind of where I was with that record.
Totally. But I got to give you guys like mad props for one thing.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And specifically, thank you for throwing some shine on Tragic Idol. Because I think that is their most underappreciated record.
Was that the one that actually worked out the most average? Like we all had it ranked exactly in the middle, all three of us. It's like the most perfect middle Paradise Lost record, which is not bad. A middle PL is like still elite, but it's like it makes everybody happy. Like there's not.
I think it was actually right under the top 10. I think the middle one was Faith Divides Us. Maybe it's your list, man. You got the data.
I have a phone somewhere. I took a picture of that sheet that I've shared on social media. Go ahead.
We don't need to look this up on
air. You glamp
air.
while I look. You glamp while I look.
Glamp. I'm glamping. Here I am doing my makeup in the woods, which is coincidentally kind of like a Paradise Lost-ish sensation sometimes, doing makeup in the woods. I don't know. It's what a great band.
Tragic Idol, that what we're talking about?
That's I think it's underrated.
So 887. That's how the three of us ranked it. Again, just like perfectly at that, like, you know what I'm saying? So we all had it in our top 10, so I think
it's where it belongs.
Whereas a lot of those other, like in Requiem, a lot of controversy on that. Faith Divides Us, pretty 11 to 10, 13. We were all kind of there, but there was a lot of oscillation on some of the others.
For sure.
I think in hindsight, if I were to do it again, there's some ones that would change position. I think in hindsight, like I was having like buyer's regret as I was doing the episode. And was like, oh, I should have. What am I doing? But it's tough.
The real mistake, and I gotta take you to task on this. The
was
real
Ascension
mistake that you made. Well, okay.
Yeah, because that's the one I probably would have swapped and maybe knocked out of my top 10. But I was feeling good on that record at that day, I think. I don't know.
I know people love that record. That's the first PL record I've heard that's new in my life that I didn't like.
Wow.
Because you know what? Like I lurk on the PL Reddit constantly, and everyone's like, hell yeah, they're doing a straight up Death Doom record, and I'm sitting here like, they're way too special to just do a Death Doom record.
Yeah,
like PL just doing like a down the middle Death Doom record is, I'm like,
do you think that's because Host?
This is not what I'm here for.
Do you think that's because Host kind of took that away from them a little bit? You know what I mean? Like starting this little side project, they could kind of like push some of those ideas there a bit. That was our debate, is like how much of an impact did that have? I don't know.
I wonder. I think the Host album's better than Ascension, but
wow,
I love Obsidian. Okay, all right. I liked Obsidian too. I think that ranked pretty high for us. So, except for Albert. Albert doesn't like Obsidian very much. I know.
That's okay.
I know he doesn't. I don't think. I think Chris, as I recall, Chris and Decibel gave it like a mid review.
It might have been. Yeah,
I think he did, and I remember being like, "The fuck, dude."
Hey, it's weird. What was the one you were going to take me to task for, though?
No.
If it wasn't Ascension,
it's not the ranking. Here's the mistake you made.
Oh no,
doing that episode with PL, because they're too good. They're just too good. Next time you do it, you gotta do a band that like
has controversial takes. Yeah,
has a crazier.
You're not wrong. Yeah, like Maiden, I think, or Sabbath would be a pretty wild one, because there are Tony Martin people, there are Dio people, there are, I'm a Sabotage guy myself. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, it's just everybody's gonna be all over the fucking place with that. Yeah, so you're probably not wrong. Or Priest would be another good one, where it's like lots of different eras. I
have so many Priest takes. If you guys do Iron Maiden, I mean, Jesus Christ, like there's
people be a 12-hour episode.
I know, and there's people out there who straight up like think Senjutsu is good.
Mark might be one of them. Mark likes that record. I don't mind it. I'm not a hater, but he finds a special place in his heart, and that's what I appreciate about him. Like he really takes time with those newer records and digests them a lot more than I have patience for, and so there's something to be said about that. I don't know.
In my head, I'm Lucy from Peanuts going, oh, brother.
Maybe maybe I'm speaking out of turn. If we were to do it, maybe that's the one Mark doesn't like of the newer ones. I mean, I can't remember. They all kind of blend together for me sometimes. At least the ones in the last 10 years. It's an issue, but that's all right.
It's all right. I'm excited for y'all to revisit that format for bands with like crazy discographies, unlike Black Breath, who have like the smallest discography.
Just boom.
It's like so condensed.
It is. It's just like in and out, short and sweet. these guys have been out of the game for a while. So how did you have conversations with them about playing the festival? Had they already decided that they were going to start to play some shows? Like, give us a little bit of background on how all this kind of came together, if whatever you're allowed to say, I suppose. But
Before I do this, have you interviewed anyone from the band for this podcast?
have not. No,
You have
we have
not.
not. So
That's
this
not
is
surprising.
you're our source. You're our
That's not
source.
surprising.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds like them. I don't know if any of them have a smartphone. Like, so
They're
that's
like
just the
cavemen. All right, I
that's
like
just the
it.
kind of guys they are.
Yeah.
I've asked. Okay, let me back it up for a second. From 2010 until 2016, Black Breath were my favorite contemporary band.
Yep.
I'm trying to figure out what I mean by that exactly, because like we just talked about Paradise Lost for forever. Paradise Lost is like my favorite, like, or Metallica is like, quote unquote, my favorite band.
Like Black
right?
Breath were like a different gen. You know what I mean? Like they seem new. They felt like a post lot of things kind of band, you know?
They felt like my peers.
Yeah. I can see that for yep.
I looked up to them, but they didn't feel as though they were my elders. Right? Like they felt like what they were doing was attainable, which is part of what makes them so punk. Right? Listen, Heavy Breathing has never left my gym playlist. Sentenced to Life has never left my gym playlist, and I think I like Slaves Beyond Death more than many people. So when we talked about doing the first Terror Fest, like the conversation was, do we ask Black Breath? Well, no, because they play every effing weekend, which they did at the time. And then, sure, we'll get into it, but Elijah passed away. Rest in peace, my brother. And shortly thereafter that, they went on this indefinite hiatus, which is unfortunate, but like wasn't the biggest surprise to me at the time. We can get into why later, but I think it started like Terrorfest 3, or maybe the one with Ludacris, which is technically Terrorfest 4. Like, I've emailed them constantly. I've badgered them constantly. I punished Neil at a wedding. And I was like, can you make this fucking happen? And he's like, just keep asking. And honestly, this year I was about to give up. I was like, they just don't want to do it. I was like, it's just not going to happen. So I sent him the most like pleading pitch I ever have. I was like, guys, it's been 10 years since Slaves Beyond Death. Like you've been broken up for so long. Now's the time. I didn't type this out, but I almost about, if you do this for someone who isn't me, I'll have a seizure. Not out of pride, but just out of like, you all worked on Capitol Hill. We were neighbors. Neil, I worked with you. I put on a fest in our neighborhood. Like, if you're going to do it, this is where you belong to start, buddy. No one's going to love you more than us. I didn't type that, but I didn't type it because I think they knew that. I don't think that like my passion for them was ever in doubt on their end. That said, I actually got kind of insecure about booking them after they said yes. They said yes, and then this terrible wave of anxiety came over me because I was like, does anyone but me care? Because I was like, am I lost in my own sauce? Yeah. Have I like committed the cardinal sin and like programmed something just for me? And obviously it wouldn't be just for me. They were hometown heroes. People adored them. Right. But I'm sure we can talk about this, but like, I don't think they ever really got a fair shake.
Yeah.
I don't think they ever really got the love that people had for them at the time was passionate, but deep, not wide.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about this later, but like, there's been this wave of bands after them that do not name drop them, but I think owe them the world.
Sure.
Owe them like not everything, but a lot. And I just
Well, I should
kind of
say that we're recording this before Mark and I do the episode, obviously, as we often do. And so I'm kind of curious what, this is something Mark and I'm sure are going to get way into, but there were times where I felt like we were the only people that were talking
exactly.
about them. And like,
Yes,
as an Entomb Dismember fan, I was like, what do you guys want? Like, this is what we've been waiting for. Something like this. This is an American band. They're doing this. Like, it's got energy. It's weird that it didn't take off the way metalcore did in the backs of like At the Gates and the
it's
Gothenburg thing.
yes, completely. So when I got into them, I was writing for Invisible Oranges. I was a staff writer, right? I believe my editor at the time was Fred Pissarro. It may have been Mike, and I'm wrong. I think it was Fred Pissarro. But Slaves Sentenced to Life came out. I wanted to review it. They opted not to. We did our end of the year ballot. I gave it number 1. And then when the end of the year came out, they were not on the list. And I remember I emailed the editor and I was like, I'm sorry, I'm on staff. It's my number 1. How is it not at least at number 20? And the response I got was very curt and dismissive, as I recall. It was like, well, Schafer, it's nice that you love them. And I was like, what the fuck, man? There's like 15 anonymous war metal bands on this thing, and this band writes songs and riffs that like mean something, and people enjoy listening to, and nothing. Okay, so after like right before we announced them, I was like, maybe they were a mistake. At the end, I think I moved to Seattle in 2014, and I said I moved to Seattle for the music scene. But when I said the music scene, in my head, I heard Black Breath. Much respect to my friends in many other bands. Brian Lisa from Filth is Eternal, then He Who Is Oxysgored, Dylan and Jesse from Bellwitch, Joe and Lee from Theories. I love you guys. You know that. But I literally went to every Black Breath show. I was always front row center. And by the end, the shows were not the most highly attended. And I just wondered, is it still just me? And then in 24 hours, dude, it became perfectly obvious that no, it was not just me. I've gotten more feedback about Black Breath than like the entire rest of the lineup put together. And it's universally positive. We've got like TikToks from people in England going like, oh my God, they're back together. I'm flying to the United States. And I was like, great.
Do you think they're on? And again, I'm lowering the bar here, so don't take this comparison to mean equals. But like in the same way that like Bolt Thrower has just grown exponentially since they left, is something like that maybe seeming to happen? Do you think with Black Breath throughout the scene, where people caught up to them finally?
It has to be. I mean, the other closest example, let me add another one, is Acid Bath.
Yeah, that's a big one. Which I'm going next Friday, taking school off, driving to Cleveland to see Acid Bath. So
enjoy. Shout out to Albert. I went to Decibel Denver to see them. It was pure bliss.
Nice.
I loved it. But that was another band. Like I did the Decibel.
No one cared
about
on them when they were out. No one cared about them back in the 90s.
When I interviewed Sammy, and I was like, you turned down a lot of offers, and he's like, well, none of them really seemed worth it. He's like, then again, at best, we felt we'd headline 1,000 person room, and then that would be it and call it a day. And fair point. Yeah. I was one of those people probably not offering them enough money to headline 1,000 person room. And I like said that on the phone. I was like, okay, so my bad. I wasn't helping, but it was,
who knew?
Who knew? They didn't know.
Yeah.
Right.
What's crazy is like when we did our 3-parter Acid Bath, like that was, like I kind of thought it was almost a stretch. I was like, man, is this, because we were doing 10 Doom bands, and I was like, should they be in the rotation? I mean, and now I'm like, of course they should have been. Like we were not ahead of the game, but like I had no idea. when I put that together. I thought maybe they were a little too obscure to have given that much attention to, but that's weird. Maybe Dax's solo career did a lot.
I don't think so.
No?
I mean, I think it helped, but I don't.
Yeah.
I think it's.
Slipknot shouting them out for 20 years. I mean,
I think
I don't
that's
know.
I think that's a factor, but honestly, it's the music, man. It's just the quality. It's just like the quality is undeniable, and I think
Yeah.
with Black Breath, it's similar in the sense that like Acid Bath didn't neatly fit into a category. They were like too mainstream for the underground metal people and way too extreme for the grunge dweebs, right?
Yeah.
And Black Breath this was always their burden.
Too metal to be punk, too
Too
punk to be
metal to be
metal.
punk, too punk to be metal, even if it was the absolute best parts of both. And
Yeah.
I think that's why, the pinky out art people, my former cohort, who I love, I adore these people, right? But like, it did not catch purchase with them, right? But the Chainsaw Guitar Tone is not. That's not going to. Fat Possum Records isn't interested in that,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
So,
Well, don't you think too, like, and this comes back, speaking of decibel, fests and stuff, like, do you think people would have been as insanely excited about Dismember last year, 15 years ago?
no,
And
I
so
don't.
I think something has changed in terms of that sound, I don't know, the internet, like kids discovering, I mean, there's just like different pathways. And that was the problem with Acid Bath. I didn't know how to hear Acid Bath
Right.
unless I just blind bought them in 96. And when I was a poor high school kid, I didn't blind buy a lot of things. I was like, no, I need to know what this is. And they didn't show up on samplers. So I just I saw the album covers, I saw the things in Maniacs that were advertising, but I didn't know what they were. You know what I mean?
Well, blessedly, that's not true for Black Breath. They've made their music very available, and I'm thankful for that. I'm also shocked at how, considering, as I said, I don't I don't think they internet like ever. And even if they did, I'm sure they like open up their inboxes, look at it, and they're like, oh fuck, and just back out. Like,
Well, like I actually found one of your interviews, I think from 2015, like right when Slaves came out. It was a really great interview, but there's not a lot of scholarship on these guys,
no,
They weren't really covered a lot in Decibel too much that I saw. I mean, maybe a couple of like what are the things in the beginning of the one pagers? I forget what they call those.
maybe they had an up in front. I don't
Yeah, up in
remember
front.
it.
That's what it was. Sorry, Albert.
I don't recall. I don't recall a review.
Yeah.
Um, I again, I think it was just like square peg round hole, but it's the most like lovable square peg.
Yeah.
And it's like it's only a square peg because of the expectations we as listeners put into genre. Like it's
Mhm.
not, it's a square peg in a square hole that we've stuffed baggage into, really.
Mhm.
So it's an honor and a privilege to be able to unclog that for them. And I hope if they want to do one show and call it quits, great for them. If they want to do it to it, I'd love that. I think the future is an open door for them right now. And the reason you do something like TerraFest is to have the ability to crack it open. Not even for me, but for like everyone else.
Yeah.
Right. Now I'm getting sappy.
Oh,
Sorry.
dude, I think it's cool. I think it's great that this life, I don't want to say life, but this, more recent, since you've started TerraFest, that this dream has come true for you. And it's a geographic thing too, right? Like, I mean, like this is a
Yeah.
perfect symmetry and, everything kind of fitting together. So, it's great. And I'm really glad, Mark and I, like I said, we talked about doing a Black Breath episode, but when you kind of sent something out, I was like, this is a great opportunity to do it. This is like the
Yeah.
perfect time. You just heard Escape from Death, Virus, and Black Sin spit on the cross from Heavy Breathing. Then we started the set with Razor to Oblivion and Beneath the Crust from the Razor Oblivion EP. And we heard from Joseph Schafer at the beginning and just heard from him there at the end. And so, Escape from Death, which we just heard, really killer chainsaw dismember opening riff before you get kind of a, you know, HM core crusty punk kind of thing that's kind of going on. And one of the things I think it was at this stage when I was taking notes where I wrote down, and I think this is probably like the thesis of the whole episode, but I said, why aren't there 40 bands out there doing this sound every night in the hardcore scene instead of whatever seems to be dominating that scene, dismember core or bolt thrower core, like whatever you want to call it, but it's just like you listen to a song like Escape from Death or really any of the stuff from Heavy Breathing and beyond, and it's like the fun is still there from Razor, but like now you've just got all these new musical elements that are just hitting on such a great front. You've got the breakdowns like you get at a great like Converge show or some of the better, metal metallic hardcore kind of bands. And it's like, why? Like, they took all these cues from At the Gates for all the metalcore scene that was so pronounced. And it just seems like there should have been a lot more of these type of bands that took this Entombed or Dismember or Stockholm HM2's kind of sound and done a lot more with it. But it just didn't seem like there were a ton, at least on my radar screen. I know when talking to Joseph, he'll mention a handful of others that I hadn't really thought of or that weren't really bands I think that were on our radar screen necessarily. But
well, and
yeah,
it would never seem
your
as explicit as as Black Breath's
yeah.
use of the HM2. Like there'd be little hints of it here and there. Even like Converge would that on that new record. There's a song that sounds like
stuff.
Wolverine Blues. So
there's a lot on the new one. Yep.
Yeah.
It's just weird. I don't know. It just seems strange that this didn't become more of a trend. Maybe it's a timing issue or what, but I don't know. This
Or it
band
goes
should
to
have been bigger.
a testament to how good the band was, and they just came out at the wrong time. Or
Yeah.
I mean, there's a million different reasons, but
the other thing that I think is worth kind of chatting about is that like I just didn't see, they played live a lot, but they just didn't seem to be I don't know. I don't remember them on like any Decibel tours. I mean, they played MDF. You said in 2010 we saw them there.
That's where they loaned Nirvana 2002 their rig because their stuff kept dying on them. So their guitars are already tuned right, and a C sharp or whatever the hell it was, and with their HM2 pedals. But
yeah, it's weird. They just didn't like get the promotion that I feel like they should have. They weren't really in like I don't remember seeing Heavy Breathing or Sentence to Life in like the Decibel top 40s. Issues that they did at the end of the year.
I feel like there was a
perfect band that shouldn't have gotten a lot more attention. But
I don't know if there was like an issue at the time or something with. I don't think there was any Southern Lord stuff in Decibel for a while.
You know what? I do seem to recall kind of hearing something that maybe Greg was like kind of shitty about ad money or something like that.
I'm not sure what it was. I just remember seeing that or seeing like, well, man, there was all this stuff coming out on Southern Lord, like the Nihilist reissue stuff and these guys. And but then wasn't Nails on? Nails is what broke that change, I think. Or maybe it was when they went over to Nuclear Blast. I don't really remember, but I don't remember seeing a whole lot of anything. Anywhere for this, like outside of Decibel, even like online things. It was kind of a weird time.
It just seems like too that like Decibel has always kind of had like a toe, connecting the sort of metallic hardcore scenes that were very dominant on the East Coast. Their Philly kind of magazine and Albert writing Choosing Death. He obviously very clearly has a foot in grind history and Swedish and American death metals and stuff. It just seemed like almost like a perfect, Venn diagram type band that should have been perfect for that magazine. But yeah, maybe if there was something going on with Southern Lord, it's hard to say,
Yeah. I know those guys could be difficult and sometimes their stuff was a pain. I remember when I was working at a record store in Royal Oak, I was ordering stuff directly from them, and it was either like great or it was kind of scattershot. I don't know if it was just a small operation. I don't know what it was. Just there's difficulties there because they reissued was it Sleep Dope Smoker?
Yeah,
and that went huge, and we were always stocking that in the store. But
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know the whole ins and outs of Southern Lord, but glad they put out
Yeah,
these three records.
no shit. No shit. We didn't really mention it too much, and Joseph will get into it a little bit more too. I think he, in fact, probably just did, if I'm memory serves. I carved up the sets a little bit ago, but that they were uniquely from the Seattle Bellingham area, and emerged in the mid 2000s, and that was Botch was from sort of Seattle metalcore kind of thing, but they were kind of
Hmm.
long gone by this point, and so they're kind of singular. There wasn't like there was like a hardcore and punk scene, I think, in Portland, Seattle, but there wasn't as much of like a metal scene per se. And so maybe they just, again, like you said, they were like kind of in the wrong place sometimes at the wrong times, and they maybe couldn't find the right combination of like audience and exposure and marketing to really probably explode the way they should have, the way that some bands a little, years later did, maybe in their wake perhaps. But
I feel like yeah, they kind of took the traditional, 80s hardcore route of touring everywhere, any place that
mhm.
would have them. And in the 2000s, I don't know how if that was still the right way to go, but it
Yeah.
definitely got them, you know, as really good seasoned musicians and tight. Every time I saw them live, even if like drum sets were starting to fall apart, everything sounded great.
Mhm. Yep. Yep. So we're going to wrap things up on the heavy breathing issue here. We've got a handful of tunes, and I actually had to add one more based on the Joseph conversation I had, which is "Unholy Virgin," which we'll talk about in a little bit. But um, the first tune we're going to hear in this next set is "I Am Beyond," and I wrote this is like slutty grave death and roll at the beginning,
There's
and it's like,
swagger to it. Yeah.
yeah, it's just like it's such, yeah, it's got an attitude. What do you? I don't know. Like, explain that sort of swagger aspect the way you kind of see it or hear it, I suppose, for
It's like
people
a
that don't
boogie.
know.
It's like how certain like rockabilly kind of feels like kind of sleazy that
Yeah.
the sometimes the like the drum beats aren't always like the interstitial drum beats where you're not doing like a double bass. There's not really any blasting or anything, but
Hmm.
there's kind of like that like a slow shuffle, a waltz, but like I don't know, just kind of like traditionally badass
Hmm. Yeah.
is what is kind of how I felt. It just sounded tough, and it was like the right, I don't know, like a kind of like confidence to the playing, but also a confidence to the songwriting to where it's not. They took lots of, I mean, these tempo shifts where we go from the sounding like some dismember kind of like drum fill and like holding out these chords, and then it'll just kick right into like a D beat drum thing, and everybody's doing like the gang vocal deal and
Yeah.
whatever. But yeah, it's just I don't know. They're really it's kind of hard to nail down exactly.
Well, like the hardcore breakdown in I Am Beyond, I said it almost sounds like a Hellhammer riff. It's very crushing, and I
Yeah,
said I Am Beyond sounds like if Asphyx were a hardcore punk band. That's what they sung. Like, just I don't whatever that means. It made sense in my brain, but Neil's vocals especially fucking rule here. I mean,
yeah.
we haven't really talked a ton about his like vocal approach, but he very clearly is coming out of like a punk hardcore sort of thing. And that is different because he's not LG, he's not doing Marty, Maddie Karki kind of stuff, but he's
Do you know who he is doing though?
who?
Ufe Cedarland.
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Because
If he
Ufe
was
was
doing
much
like if
he was a
Ufe
punk guy.
did clandestine,
Oh, that's right. Wait,
if he did
Ufe
that,
sang? He did how much of Clandestine did he sing
it
on?
none. I mean, outside of backing vocals, it was
Oh,
Nicky.
okay. You're saying just like that like shout vocal backup kind of
If he
vocal
yeah,
thing that
if
he
he
did?
would have done clandestine vocals, I feel like that's kind of what
Oh,
Neil sounds like.
okay. I get what you're saying. Yeah, no, you're spot on with that. Absolutely. Yeah. Yep. So, yeah, I don't know. What do you understand what I mean when I say if Asphyx was a hardcore punk band? Like, does that kind of like track with you? Like as a weird abstract concept when I
Like more musically than vocally.
Yeah, I think so, more
Yeah,
musically. Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Just that
just
kind of like
simple, but like yeah, because this fix is like knuckle dragging,
mhm.
caveman death metal, but it's so catchy,
Yeah.
and the songs are written really well, and it's tight.
I think that's the thing, like especially on Heavy Breathing and the next record, Sentence to Life, like nothing is complex what they're doing here. Like and that's not a bad thing. It's just so metered and so like it's just kind of like the personification of like a style without a lot of the flash. They don't need to go
Hmm.
there, and I
Yeah,
think that's
it boils it down to like its essentials, I think.
yeah, the essence. Yeah, it's
Hmm.
great. Um,
Shades of essence.
Shades of essence, indeed. And then we get Fallen, and that's got much more of a it's got a little more of the metalcore, early metalcore, like early Converge or like a band like Integrity. I kind of hear a little bit of
Okay.
that there. Um, Heavy Breathing, the next tune we're going to hear, I said this is one of my favorite riffs on the whole album. It's like a Tales from a Thousand Lakes, like Corellian Isthmus type riff, very
Hmm.
warm, drinkable kind of riff. That's the thing, like everything about a Black Breath album for people that are just discovering them for the first time with this episode, it's like a warm blanket of everything you love. It
Yeah.
just sort of
Without
wraps
sounding
around
redundant.
you. Yeah, it just feels so good. Like I was playing this in the car when I picked up my buddy Matt to go to that Cleveland show. It was like a 3 hour drive, and he instantly got in the car. He's like, "What is this?" I'm like, "Oh, Black Breath. You don't know them?" And I mean, he's young. He's like 21. So he's
Hmm.
like, "No." And I was like, "Dude, just
They
listen."
broke up when you were in elementary school.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. By the time I think it was Sentenced to Death, and by the time we got to Endless Corpse, he was like staring at me. He's like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, yeah, this is everything you love, like right
Yeah.
here, kind of thing. So,
Well, they're one of those bands that they have a lot of, you know, they're definitely pulling from the past, but it's not one of those bands where you're like, well, I'd rather just listen to Entombed. It's like
mhm.
they're doing something different enough to where I'm like, no, I really like what they're like their approach to this thing. It doesn't come across as one of those bands of just like the entry point band for a younger person. It seems
Sure.
like a nice broad. They're coming from a real place, and not trying to just completely emulate something else.
Well, and that kind of brings me to the next tune we'll hear, Children of the Horn, because I kind of wrote down this is where I kind of bring up Midnight, and I kind of
Hmm.
feel like this has some of those sort of same Venom Bathory kind of black and thrash vibes, and like in a way, like Midnight's like the black metal counterpart to like Black Breath. They're like a band that's like rooted in Bathory and Venom and Motorhead, but like they're not just stealing openly from those bands. They're like recontextualizing it in a way that's refreshing and very
Hmm.
listenable and super fun, especially live. And it's like those two bands were like they're like taking the early 90s and like recycling, or even the late 80s in the case of, Midnight, and
Yeah.
like introducing it to American audiences, touring their asses off, both bands.
Hmm.
And Midnight seemed to get a little bit more of the career that I feel like Black Breath should have had. I mean, opening for Merciful Fate and Acid Bath and things like that. I mean, that's a pretty good slot to be in. They're not the
Yeah.
biggest band in the world, but they've done okay for themselves. And so I don't know, does that make sense? Like, can you hear, like, I'm not saying they sound the same, but they're almost doing like the same kind of thing, just from two different walks, but they're kind of
And they've
both
kind of, yeah,
emerging.
I think like Midnight's become their own thing, I mean, quite a while ago, but they've
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah.
morphed this in. Like, they have a much longer career than I would have expected for how they sounded starting out.
Yeah. Well, and even like, I mean, the fact that like that kind of rock and roll boogie thing that's inside Midnight because of the Boulder, background that they sort of came out of, like
Yeah.
I can hear that in Black Breath. Like for as much
Black Breath
Entombed
has
as they
blues in
have,
it, unlike
yeah,
Dismember.
yeah, they've got
Entombed
like,
had blues in it. Yeah.
yep, yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, and Tomb was much, in Tomb you could tell they knew Stooges records. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like it's kind of in there,
There's
and I
like
feel
some
like I
Chuck
hear that with
Berry
Black
deep in
Breath.
the DNA or something.
Yeah, yeah, well put. So I think that's kind of cool, and that's one of the things I hear in like a song like "Children of Horn," where you hear some of the more kind of blackened elements, but it's like so they can shift 5% in the direction of thrash on some songs, or a little bit 5% more towards like blackened thrash, or 5% more towards hardcore, or it's they're in this like cool middle ground where they can kind of take each song in a slightly different direction, but still have like that kind of same warm kind of caramel center in the middle. That's very delicious for listeners to sort of hear. I think, you know.
Exactly. Well, yeah, on Children of the Horn too. There's like, and even on which one of those? Oh, on Fallen. There's some Edge of Sanity riffs, like
Hmm.
or carbonized sounding riffs to me. Like some of those more like bright, almost major sounding riffs that just Andy would do.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. And I wonder if that's where I was hearing like more of the kind of hardcore kind of elements or something like that.
It
That it just
reminds me
sounded
of like
bigger.
what the interplay of Swano and Dread. You know, Dread was
Yeah.
much more the straight ahead guy, and Swano was, you know, the more verbose. But somehow
Hmm.
they made those work together, like how early Pyogenesis did the same thing. Like these
Yeah.
two kind of disparate things that work together really well.
Yeah. No, I think that's well said. And then after Children of the Horn, we'll hear Unholy Virgin. But first, we'll hear Joseph Schafer tell a story about some connections with Unholy Virgins that maybe I didn't notice until he pointed it out. And I think you when we were talking about it off mic, I think you also were like, oh yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. And that he because he worked with the vocalist with Neil, and he actually brought up Unholy Virgin when on one of their shifts, and Neil has some pretty funny quotes about it. So
Did you find
I'll
out
let
where
you.
they worked together?
They worked at a restaurant, I believe, together.
Okay,
He
I didn't
mentions the
know if it
name of
was
the
like in
restaurant.
tech or something or what, but
No, I think it was a restaurant. I think they both worked in the kitchen together.
that's cool.
Yeah. So yep, and I can't. He mentions it in the interview, but I forgot the name of the restaurant offhand. But maybe
TGI Fridays or Chili's.
yeah, yeah. I think it was something a little bit better than that. But yeah, but probably some of the Seattle people will probably know the name of this restaurant and stuff.
They weren't
Um,
flinging fish back and forth at each other or
I
anything.
don't think so. Although that would be awesome. That's those videos are very inspiring. Yeah. So let's get into it. We're gonna hear from Joseph a couple times as well here, but we're gonna hear I Am Beyond, Fallen, Heavy Breathing, Children of the Horn, and Unholy Virgin from Heavy Breathing. And then we'll end the set with our first tune from Sentence to Death, which is Feast of the Damned. We'll chat about that song when we come back. Talk to me about this idea, and it's something I wrote in my own show notes, but this idea of HM2 core, because in my own show notes, I kind of said, and maybe this is a thought I had back in 2012 when I was buying, in 2011, when I was first getting into these guys, like, why aren't there like a million of these bands? These are like the most listenable, that warm tone, the energy. Like I've seen Black Breath live once back in the day. I dug them a lot. I think I saw them at the Magic Stick, I believe. I can't remember who
Oh
they were
yeah,
playing with. But that was like a good environment that, upstairs, the floor kind of bouncing a bit while things, were happening. But it boggles the mind. And again, they did, and I think you're going to make this argument, and I'm kind of curious. They did kind of pave the way for some bands that sort of have done this, but this just seemed like a recipe for like the way like when I heard Unearth play like a bunch of fucking, I was like,
exactly.
why the fuck isn't more bands doing this? And I got my wish, for better or for worse. But like, you know what I'm saying? Like it just didn't seem like it exploded then outside of a few bands. And maybe now, you have a different perspective. Maybe you see things differently because you're a little bit younger and you were maybe plugged in a little bit more to this, as you said, generation of bands that were like your peers almost. So talk to me about this and this idea of HM2 core versus like death core, because I think that's a really cool concept that you brought to the table.
Sure. So when I got into Black Breath, I think I was into some of the bands I see as their influences. And I think some of those influences are pretty obvious. However, um, the first EP comes out 2008, I think.
Yep.
The
Razor
demos,
is 2008. Yep.
right? The demos 2006, the year when I'm in college. What am I doing? Smoking too much weed, downloading everything. I will not say that that's how I discovered Black Breath. However, in those 4 years, from 2006 and 2010, by the end of me being in college, deathcore was completely inescapable. It went from something unknown to me completely fucking annoying and persistent in my ears.
For old fucks like me, and maybe a lot, because there are a lot of old fucks that listen to Requiem. We know that our target audience is like 55-year-old truck driving metalheads. Who would be like essential deathcore band names that like come to
Sure.
mind?
To me, the quintessential deathcore release or first wave of deathcore release, I think this is the genesis, the seed of deathcore as its own thing, is Job for a Cowboy's Doom EP.
And I do remember them because my students were listening to them in my early teaching career.
Right.
So I was familiar with them as a periphery. Yeah.
Now they actually bounced off of that milieu pretty quickly.
Hmm.
But I actually do like the Doom EP. I think the Doom EP is stupendous, right? And then immediately after that, the bands become uh again, this band bounced off of it, but Bring Me the Horizon. The first Bring Me the Horizon album, it band's been ripping off left and right for like ever since. Um, they to their credit, they got pretty weird on the second record, and I kind of like it. Um, All Shall Perish, right, from Oakland.
Okay.
They got the Kirk Hammett bump. He likes them.
Okay.
And then the two other big ones were Whitechapel
Yep.
and in my opinion, the best of the bunch was Suicide Silence.
Okay.
I think the second Suicide Silence album, No Time to Bleed, is actually quite remarkable.
I
However,
only remember them from opening up for Carcass on one
they
of
would
the
do that.
first Carcass kind of comeback tours. I don't I think I was pretty indifferent, but I also probably didn't give them a fair shake if I'm being honest, because I like saw the logo or I was like, yeah, old man.
It's in different music. I mean, frankly, it's while I liked that second album a lot, like deathcore was out of ideas immediately.
Mm.
It's like, what are you going to do with it? It's take Dying Fetus and filter it through MySpace culture and typify the song structure into something very, very, very satisfying, but ultimately so predictable that it loses its edge. Right?
Okay.
That being it's a death metal song for 2 minutes, and then for 1 minute you get this massive slowed down breakdown, and then maybe you get a coda, right? And it's like, yeah, the big breakdown's great, but like it does not a song make.
Yeah.
Right. But at the very least, like the existence of it, real quickly, by the way, the best thing about Suicide Silence is they were the first band to abandon the song structure. They pivoted to a verse, chorus, verse pop song structure very, very quickly. And that's part of why I think the second record's very good. It doesn't do the like, oh, it's just a big slow breakdown at the end thing all the time. It does do that, but like that's not like the only thing it does. But anyway, and all those bands since have struggled or succeeded in the case of Bring Me the Horizon, although not in a way I like, to find a path out of it. It's like it's a tremendous it's tremendous shadow. It's far too constricting, right? But it served a really great social purpose, which was, how do we get the hardcore kids and this new wave of metalheads who are interested in death metal, thanks to like, Decibel Magazine and the Black Dahlia murder and all these things. How do you get these people into a room together fucking shit up? Because it's got to happen, right? I saw HM2 Core as another way into it. Instead of, MySpace hardcore bands, scene core bands appropriating, or let's say assimilating, to be kind, assimilating the violence of American, specifically New York death metal in the vein of Cannibal Corpse, right? Instead of that, what if you have D-beat hardcore kids assimilating the tone and aggression of Swedish death metal before melodeath is a thing?
Yeah.
It was a brilliant idea. To me, it's a perfect concoction. In my opinion, Black Breath were the best at it. To be fair, they weren't the first. And I mean, we'll talk about Razor Oblivion and Beneath the Crust, but they weren't an HM2 core band on the EP.
Do you think Trap Them was first? Because that's the one that
I believe Trap Them.
I think they were 06, 07.
First. It's close. There are some bands that actually started earlier but didn't get bigger until later.
So who is that who you were thinking of, or is there an outlier that maybe I'm not thinking of that you think kind of predicted this, that maybe gets left out of this story?
No, I think The Secret is a big one from Italy.
I don't
I
know
don't know if
them.
you're
No, I don't know them.
It's harrowing. It's truly harrowing music. It's a little more black metal-y, but like
Okay.
this Secret did this sort of thing first in a
Who are
more
they on?
black
What?
metal noisy way.
Who put them out? I don't know them.
Bro, I don't remember. They
Oh,
played
okay. So
Toledo at
it was
a
kind of like,
tavern.
okay. So it wasn't they weren't a big band then. All right.
No, but like for people who are into this, it's like, oh yeah, The Secret was a
Okay.
big thing. From Sweden, Victims did this earlier.
Okay.
Victims is good. But like I think it codifies with Trap Them and Black Breath to me.
Okay.
To me.
Those are the two that I kind of associate with it a bit before Gate Creeper and some of this other stuff eventually kind of takes off a bit. So
I also think they did it the best, frankly. And like precursors to this sound, obviously, Converge.
yes, I hear a ton of that. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Converge are not an HM2 core band.
Oh.
However, there's so much entombed on them. If you heard the new one,
Yes, I just got it in the mail 2 days ago. It's great.
it's great.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's like the most Swedeath one they've ever done.
Yeah. It does have that warmth to it.
It does.
Yeah. Yep.
Rotten Sound's a grind band, but they
Yep.
were like they had the dimed HM2 on the fucking t-shirt. Like
Yeah.
this idea of like, let's fetishize the dimed HM2 as something to adore as like a cultural totem. Rotten Sound did that. Right.
They were real big in that era too. I remember really getting into them at like the first MDF I went to in like 08 or something like that, 07, 08. That was a big, I can't remember what record came out, but it was Decibel had it really ranked quite high, I think. So they had a moment there. So
they're coming back to MDF this year. I saw them the last time they played. I'm super excited.
Nice.
We already talked about Dysphere, of course.
Sure. Yeah, they were almost like two. I didn't know whether to put them in this because they have a lot more, helicopters and Turbo Negro and some of that to them. But there's definitely, it's definitely coming out of that HM2 warmth a bit too.
I don't think they're like an HM2 core quote unquote band, but it's an influence.
Yeah.
You could say Darkest Hour because they really like flew the frag for Swedish death metal in metalcore early. I don't think they really sound like Black Breath at all. But in terms of like, hey, we've got Tompa on the album, like, there you go. Right. Two other bands I want to shout out for like precursors. There is a metallic crust band that's far more emotional than this and far more political than this, but there's a band called Catharsis.
I remember those guys. I probably have heard them. I just don't remember what they sounded like when you mentioned them in some show notes we were sharing.
Go listen to the song 100 years in solitary. Not like 100 years in solitude. It's like 100 years in solitary. What a song. And the thing that ties them into this is the band Cursed.
Oh, that's another one. My students were really into Curse, and I kind of remember when they were coming out. And I for some reason in my brain, I was like, they're like punk or like something like I don't know why in my brain I thought that. And
Exactly.
I've since listened to them and I'm like, this is pretty good. I like this,
They didn't like rep metal. Like they weren't like, we're into Swedish death metal.
But it wasn't marketed to me the right way. So I kind of avoided it, I think,
But they used the HM2 or something similar to it. Like they have chainsaw guitar tone.
Yeah.
Even
early Refused, right? Pre-Shape Refused had some of that too. I mean, they're obviously Swedish, but
and in terms of like their interests, there's a lot of commonality between Refused and Cursed. But Cursed had this, and this particularly pertains to Black Breath, this sardonic, bleak lyrical outlook. They have this so pessimistic, it's charming worldview. People who wanted a taste of that, my favorite Cursed song is called Friends in the Music Business. Nothing like a good fuck our label song, right? So like all of those are swirling around, but codifying happens a little later. And there were a lot of HM2 core bands. It's just, I honestly think it populated so big so quickly that it kind of fizzled out. That's what I think. I think people before they minted a headliner, people got tired of it, right? I think like Trap Them and Black Breath were both, are we going to be minted? Like they could have been. And some other bands later on or contemporaneously did get minted. I have thoughts about that. Let's put a pin in that till later.
Sounds good. Yeah.
But it's I think before winners and losers were picked.
Yeah.
I think before winners and losers were really picked, it died. And then we picked the winners out of the remainder because so many people self-selected themselves as losers.
Yeah. And maybe that's my thought is like, I didn't pay attention. To me, Black Breath seemed really singular. I mean, I could hear the Trap Them sort of stuff. They stood out so much more. And I don't know if it was that they sounded more musical. They wrote better songs, better. There was just like everything about them was just like, this is the formula. And I heard other bands that were definitely using HM2, but they didn't have the songs. They just didn't. No. And I didn't care as much,
They didn't have the songs. And what they didn't have is the pre-death metal, classic pop metal influence.
Yeah.
Which is totally present in Black Breath.
Yeah.
And you can hear it starts on the EP because they're a motor punk band on the EP. And they clearly learned how to write a fucking hook from Lemmy.
Yeah. Yeah. I hear
Not
Motorhead
only from Lemmy, but
no, but like on that. And so let's get into the albums. We'll kind of go through real quick, just get your thoughts on each of these records. But on Razor to Oblivion, the thing that strikes me is like, especially on that, I think it's Fatal Error or the second song, is it starts with like a Bathory Venom Motorhead riff. Yep. It reminds me like R Noir almost, but like a punk rock version of that or something like that. Rather than black metal, it's more like out of the punk kind of thing. But yeah, so they're definitely drawing from a different pool than maybe some of those other HM2 bands. So talk to me about Razor to Oblivion, the EP, and just kind of general quick thoughts on that as we kind of march through their catalog here.
It's good. Black Breath never misses. I'm not personally attached to it because I found it after Heavy Breathing.
Makes sense. Yeah.
I had to go back and hear it. I think I know there's a contingent of fans that just want them to go back to Razor to Oblivion. And I know that they are aware of it too.
That's almost like a demo kind of sound. I mean, it's not, but like, that's like saying like, I don't know. It's like hoping Chuck, it's hoping Chuck would go back to like Scream Bloody Gore. It's like, come on, like we move past this a bit, We
move past this. Hey man, you got Daniel Ekeroth up in here and I love Dan, but if you read his Swedish death metal book, the thesis statement is, what if they only ever did demos then broke up?
I know.
Right?
Well, did you hear on the Swedish Thrash episode, I will say that he has, and I think he maybe was even one of the excerpts on the Tampa. He's like, I was a little too hardcore. I've since evolved some of those opinions a bit. He was, I think he's, you get older, you get a little softer, you kind of, but I think, yeah, I agree. I remember when reading that book and he was like hating on like Dark Tranquility. And I was like, whoa, I mean, In Flames, maybe that might not be his flavor, but I was like, damn, like he's, but I don't know. I think he's softened a lot on that stuff, according to him.
There are young Daniel Ekeroths out there. I
think
a lot of them live in Bellingham, Washington.
Shit. Oh no.
Unfortunately, I think they're friends with the band. I got this sense from hanging out with them the few times that I did, that they were kind of like, our friends always hate our new album.
Well, being a Pacific Northwest guy, tell me a little bit because Bellingham is not Seattle. It's definitely I know that I've never really spent time there, but I know it's like saying Nirvana were a Seattle band, which they really weren't. They kind of arrived there eventually, but they were from a totally different thing, and then brought that to Seattle, I suppose. So for maybe people that aren't familiar with the nuance of the scene up in Pacific Northwest, where are they coming from? Are they coming out of a punk town? Are they coming out of a, What's sort of happening in the ingredients there?
Mm-hmm. So, just to be clear, Nirvana didn't come out of Bellingham.
No, I knew that. I just meant people always called them a Seattle band.
Seattle band.
And they really
right.
weren't. They were
This
from
is,
Aberdeen, so like
so was Melvin's. And
yes.
you get this phenomenon a lot, right?
Yep.
So Seattle is a city, like so Seattle for a long time was so economically depressed, no one wanted to live here.
And then, logging town, right? Pre-Microsoft. Yeah.
And then post-Microsoft, post-tech boom, it's been the affordability crisis began here in the mid-90s, and it's never stopped, right? Although there was a brief, beautiful time right before I moved here, where a lot of punks moved to Seattle. It was post the 2008 financial crash, when Black Breath wrote Razor to Oblivion. All these punks came, like Crusties, came from like Louisville, Kentucky, all these like places you don't think about right now where everyone's moving to, right? Yeah. They all moved to Seattle because for that brief period of time, you could make a living on the bar scene here and you could make music. But most of those bands didn't start in Seattle. Bell Witch started here, but like Dylan Desmond and all the guys from that scene, they were all in Louisville before here, right? Or from Lawrence, Kansas, I think. Lawrence, Kansas. So the same thing's true locally. Seattle is not Seattle's an incubator, but it's not where the eggs get laid.
Mm-hmm.
The core of the crusty metal scene here exists in the college towns. There's 2 college towns about 90 minutes outside of Seattle, one north, one south. The one south is Olympia.
Yep.
Everyone knows Olympia because, Riot Girls, know, but it's still going there. That's where, like, quote unquote, Cascadian black metal, like that's the epicenter, right? All those guys, by the way, we've talked about before, they hate being called that. But there's still a lot of like Atmo black bands interested in nature that come out of Olympia to this day. So maybe lay it off protest too much. And then north you get Bellingham. Bellingham is much smaller than Olympia because Olympia is technically the state capital and has a huge college there, Evergreen College, right? Okay. So Olympia is also this place where there's intellectualism involved. There's theory involved. Not to denigrate the college at Bellingham, but it's not Evergreen College.
Is it a for us Midwesterners? Is it a MAC school?
You can call
University
that
Toledo, CMU.
Closer to that.
Okay. Yeah.
Closer to that. It's a beautiful city. It's a beautiful town. There's a lot of like old buildings along the waterfront, etc. But like it's in the summer, no one's there. And in the winter, it's dark and rainy because it's Western Washington. Right. I used to go with if you're listening to this, Laura, how are you? You'll come up later. My favorite and most amicable ex-girlfriend lived in Bellingham. I spent a lot of time there with her.
My high school sweetheart, by the way, lives in Seattle.
Oh,
and we're good friends. Yeah. So there you go.
She should come to Terrorfest. If she wants your Black Breath.
Yeah.
But Bellingham is like it's students, but it's not art students so much. And that's the scene that Black Breath comes out. Now, pretty quickly they decamp to Seattle for the aforementioned reasons. Mm-hmm. But they're not one of these urban metropolitan bands. And they're not like an art school intellectual band. They're a working class beers and riffs band.
Mm-hmm.
And always were. From my observation. Right. And I think they never quite lose that character. And it's like a core part of their identity, I think. So in hearing that, that's like a valuable thing to get on Razor to Oblivion.
met them, and Mark's going to correct me on this story because he'll probably maybe remember the details a bit. But I remember after we saw them live, they actually talked to us about crashing with us because they didn't have a place to crash. And I can't remember if at the time Mark had already been in Hamtramck or if he was still living with me 30 minutes north of Detroit. And I think it was maybe it was the Romeo era where Mark was living, and we were like, this is where we live, and they were like, that's too far for us, and they wanted to, I think, party locally a little bit more and then crash somewhere in the Detroit vicinity a little bit closer. But yeah, so they
Sounds
were
like Black
super
Breath.
friendly. Yeah, and they were super friendly. I mean, like, again, like very down to earth, to the point like we were almost gonna house them the first night we met them. So yeah, that's cool. That's cool. What
What
about
year is this?
this is the thing that I can't remember
You
the
can't
details.
remember.
I'm hoping that Mark remembers who they opened for. It's got to be around 2010, 2011, 20, somewhere in that realm, I'm guessing.
So you saw the show I missed
Oh,
because I
you
had a
were supposed to
bass.
go to that show?
No, I had a bass lesson the next day with Malin Oren. If you're listening to this, shout out Malin. I doubt you are. He's an astounding bassist, lives in Toledo, Ohio. And Malin and I would hang out. He was the only other like old school metalhead I knew in Toledo. I'm a terrible bassist, by the way, but he was a patient and loving teacher. But I went to go like hang with him, learn how to play Seek and Destroy or whatever. And he was like, yeah, man, last night I saw Black Breath. It was amazing, but I got no sleep. And I was like, The Who? And he burns me Heavy
Oh,
Breathing.
no shit.
And that's how I got into them. And I remember listening to it on my drive home being like, I missed this band. I missed this band. And
Did
the
he
next time
mention
they
who
played
they
Toledo,
opened for? Did he mention who they
I
opened
don't
for?
remember. I don't
Damn.
recall. And then the next time they played, when they played Toledo, they played in a goddamn trailer park. I saw them in a fucking trailer park.
That's remarkable.
It was so like down to earth. And I was living with my parents at the time, but I definitely remember like mid-song, mid-set, Neil, who does not do stage banter.
Yeah.
But I think he did do like, we'd love to sleep somewhere tonight. Talk to me. Like,
Yeah, that's good. That's on point for them based on my experience having met them. So let's talk about their debut, because this was a big record for a lot of people. Because I remember, I think I was mildly into Razor to Oblivion, but it was like a 4-song EP. I was like, oh, this is cool. And then when Heavy Breathing came out, I was like, whoa, this is like full HM2 core, like it's all happening here. So what are your thoughts on that record, as a fan, and just kind of as in the context of the metal scene at that point, I guess?
What a powerful debut album. I think this one, cards on the table, I prefer Sentence to Life, but not by much. I think these are both I think they're like a 10 out of 10 and a 10 plus out of 10 albums to me. Those are both no skip discs for me.
I fall on Sentence too, so don't feel bad. It's slight though.
It's very slight. I do remember maybe it had like what is it called? What's the phenomenon where like you don't know something, then once you see it everywhere? Like you buy a car and then all you can see is your car on the highway.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, I can't remember what it is. It's not Mandela, but it's something.
It's not like the Mandela effect. Yeah. It's not the Bader Meinhof. It's something. I had that with Heavy Breathing, whereas like now after I bought it, like, oh, now I see it on blogs after it's been released. It seemed like that one really caught a lot of people's attention fast. And how could it not? The songs are so good. There's a few reasons why it's a little strange. Number one is, before everyone was going to Kurt Ballou to be produced, it was produced by Kurt Ballou.
Yeah.
And we'll get back to this on Sentence, but it does and doesn't sound like a Kurt Ballou album.
Well, I think they were very conscious of that. You know what I mean? They didn't.
We'll get into.
They didn't want a bunch. I remember in your interview they talked about not wanting all the feedback and some of those kind of things.
They did that more on Sentence. We'll just get it out. They did this more on Sentence Left. But I remember when I talked to Eric, it's Eric. Yes, I did. I had to click into it. I did the interview with Eric. I remember him saying, no, I had to sit Kurt down and say, when it is quiet, it should be quiet on the album, which is important in their style because they use a lot of silence. They use like 16th note rests on all instruments frequently for dramatic effect. It's part of what makes the music great. Converge doesn't do that, right? You can't have cymbal bleed and feedback on everything if you're going to do that. It also came out on Southern Lord. It was not a typical Southern Lord album for the time. Southern Lord is, people know, Greg Anderson from Sun and many other good bands' label. Southern Lord was, to me, the label for stoner doom and drone metal.
Yep. Yeah.
It was known for that. Black Breath is neither of those things. So it was really weird at the time to be like, Southern Lord put out a D-beat record. It's not even really a D-beat record, but they used the D-beat. Like, again, it's hard to describe it. It's hard to accurately describe Black Breath, even though like there's so many things that are good descriptors of it.
Its charge is there somewhere in the DB. It's in the, whether it's conscious or it's just something they like. I don't think it's really an intellectual exercise. I just think it's something they do.
I think Jamie just likes playing that rhythm.
Yeah.
We'll get into the membership later. Anyway, it's a little more punk. I think it's still punk in a way that the two follow-up albums aren't, and that's why I think maybe it has a little more crossover appeal in some way. Songs like Fallen and Virus, you can like hear the street punk in them, in the way that they use the backing vocals, in the way that they structure the songs. It's a little less metal than they got. But the songs, dude, holy shit. When I can only speak for me, but when every time I've seen Black Breath, when they play Spit on the Cross, it levels the room. Like, I was lucky. They knew I love that song because everyone does, but Neil often let me yell the spit. I think he let me do that at California Death Fest. Stage dives. Like every time. It's sort of, I think it's the perfect HM2 core song in that respect. And then later on the album, you get I Am Beyond. This is the hardest song anyone has ever written. There's nothing tougher than the I Am Beyond riff. They play that song and the mosh pit turns into a bloodbath. I'm going to lose my mind when they play it. I'm going to go to the hospital during this set. Probably. I'm going to break a fucking bone. And guaranteed, it's going to happen during a heavy breathing song.
You know what I called that song in my show notes? And this is unfortunately like a spoiler because it will obviously come up in market. I wrote, it's a slutty grave riff.
That song has the biggest swinging cock.
I don't know where slutty grave death and roll, but it's like, I don't know. It feels wrong, but yet right in all the right ways. Yeah.
It's the song Hatebreed wishes they could write.
There you go. I like that. That's a good take. Yeah.
It's the Swedish death metal idea, but you get like the perfect youth crew hardcore rhythm. It's the best of both. Where's Sammy Hagar? It's the best.
Yes.
It's so good. And also another great thing about this album is they don't stick to one mode. And this is true of like all their records. They try to branch out. Fallen is sort of interesting. Unholy Virgin is, not only is it like a blues rock song, it's so close to Black Velvet that you could play the vocal from Black Velvet over the instrumental from Unholy Virgin.
So funny. The Elena Miles tune. Oh my
Exactly.
God. I gotta do that. I've never made that association.
Friends, listen to Unholy Virgin and Black Velvet back to back. It's amazing.
I wish you could do like the Flaming Lips thing where you had to listen on 4 different, like sets at the same time, but instead they just like kind of combine all that together. So
Neil and I used to be we worked together. This isn't why I worked there. I didn't know he worked there. He came in, I was like, oh my God, Black Breath guy. And he's like, are you the new barback? I'm like, yeah. He's like, we got to work, dude. It's a bar called Captain Black's.
Okay.
It's close to Numos. I used to work there. Tons of metal and punk people used to work there. I spent my whole paycheck there for like 2 years straight. It's not what I remember it, but shout out to Captain Black's. And Neil was the cook, one of the cooks. And this is when I drank, but we would at the end take our shift drink, go outside, each smoke a cigarette. And I would very calmly try to punish him about Black Breath songs. He did not love it, but he was always like, we got along great. And he was always like charming and affable about it. He's like, yeah. I was like, oh, what happened with Unholy Virgin? He's like, yeah, I remember when they brought that in. He travels everywhere with a little moleskin notebook and he writes notes in it. And that's what the Black Breath lyrics come from. He doesn't let me see it most of the time, but I looked over his shoulder a couple of times, and it is it's funny and it's dark stuff. That man has a singular imagination. But he's like, yeah, the page when they first brought Unholy Virgin to the practice, he's like, I flipped to a new page in the notebook and I wrote on the whole page, what the fuck are my bandmates thinking?
That's funny. That's great.
It's it's but he makes it work. There's the synth parts. Yeah, they're like in entombed left-hand path stuff, but they make it work. And critically, I don't think they're sampled from Phantasm.
No,
right? Like they composed it.
Yeah, no, I think that's cool. It's got the vibe, but it's its own thing. At the same time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
People listening to this, get in the comments, get on the Requiem Discord. You tell me, name a better debut album from the past 15 years.
I'd have to think on that one long and hard, but you might.
You percolate.
Yeah.
I have thought about this. This is my vote.
This is your vote? Okay.
This is my vote.
I'm guessing Mark would probably support you on that one too. I can't speak for him, but I know he feels. I mean, I'm not saying I don't support you, but I have to think a little bit about that. I was trying to think of what else has come out that like captured my attention. Would the first Tribulation count? Formulas?
That's not the first Tribulation.
Would you count wasn't that an EP, that the first thing, or was that a full length? The first Tribulation.
I'm pretty sure the one that's like a Death Thrash record is like a full length.
Okay. I for some reason I was thinking that was an EP, like Razor to Oblivion.
It's short.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I have to think Crypt Sermon, but their first one's okay, but it's not as good as the second and third, so I mean, because
Heavy Breathing.
Because Heavy Breathing is in the contention of the best record this band did, and it's the debut, and that's pretty rare. To come out the gate fully formed like that.
I mean, they'd been together for years, but it is definitely an evolution from Razor to Oblivion, and it does feel like a fully formed singular idea.
just heard Feast of the Damned from Sentence to Life, not Sentence to Death, Unholy Virgin, Children of the Horn, Heavy Breathing, Fallen, and I Am Beyond. We started with all from the Heavy Breathing 2009 record. So, yes, we have left Heavy Breathing behind, and we have moved on to the 2012 record, Feast of the Damned. First cut from an opener from Sentence to Life. It leans a lot on Wolverine Blues kind of core, I suppose. And you kind of add that convergish sort of breakdown in the last minute when the guitars drop out and the drums just sort of propel the song to the finish. But
Yeah.
what a great album opener. I mean, it's like an anthemic kind of song that you can just imagine at a concert setting where people are fucking losing their minds, you know?
Yeah.
Not dissimilar to Spit on the Cross. Those kind of both have this like fuck, like here we go, like the pit is moving.
Well, I know this one. I think it was since they worked with Kurt Ballou on all three records. I know on the third one they said, okay, enough of the feedback. We don't, because like that was Blues. Like everything was like, it was like the most sonic version of whatever it might be. Like every guitar, as soon as you picked it up, was like feedback.
Mm-hmm.
So I know on the third they're like, let's cut that out. But I think it works tremendously well on this record. And he did it in. I don't know if to do our drinking game. I don't know if Greg McIntosh, when he was doing his Valenfire project, he went with Blue for production. I don't know if he heard any of these, but there's definitely a similar HM2 vibe, to the production on both.
Yeah, no, I had forgotten that he do all the Valenfires or just one of
I
them?
think he did the second and third one.
Okay, that makes sense. I got to pull those back out again now that
And I know
I've been listening to so much
Greg was living
Bloodcrest.
in Pennsylvania at the time too, so he
Yeah.
was in the States. I don't know if he's permanently in, back in the UK or not, but
I'm sure he was going to shows, and I mean, bands like Converge and Black Breath were probably coming through a lot in that era.
yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, it's for me, it's a kind of a toss up as to whether this album or Heavy Breathing is probably my favorite, but I think it's Sentence to Life. I think it's like if I had to gun to head pick one out, um, again, there's no wrong answer in that, but
Yeah.
those two are just so immediate, so refreshing. You can put them on at any time. There's not a bad song. And even if there is a song that's like mid, it's over in 2 minutes, and you just your ears are blurred through, and it's got that Slaughter of the Soul, Rain and Blood kind of thing. And I honestly think, speaking of Kurt Ballou, this is amongst his like peak of his productions. I think he's like at the peak of his power as a producer. I think there was this like era from like 08, 09 to about 2012, 2013, where he was this wizard of a lot of music coming out of America, but also some other places. And it was kind of like the defining sound,
Well, he
almost
did.
like
Yeah, he did that Nails record, and then he did a couple High and Fire records.
Kylesa. I mean, there was a
Yeah.
lot of really cool shit that was always kind of I mean, all the Converge shit, obviously. And he may have done, trying to think of some of the other like metallic hardcore bands of that era. Yeah, I don't know, but again, it was just this sound that was kind of defined. I think him and who was the guy from Pig Destroyer? I can't think of his studio.
Oh shit.
I'm drawing a blank. It's obviously not Blake, our friend.
CIA guy. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyways,
Jokingly referred to as
yeah,
the CIA guy.
whoever we
I
get,
can't think of his name.
yeah, we're both drawing a kind of crazy blank. But I think those were two kind of big sounds of that, like early Requiem metal podcast era. 08
Yeah.
to like 2011, 2012. A lot of the better American records, I feel like American metal records that were coming out were produced by either of those two guys.
I feel like like that was we finally came to an era where you could naturalistically record these bands instead of it being like the cobbled together mess that you'd have to do at Sunlight, where part of the drums were an electronic kit, live cymbals, all this mishmash, just so they could get the definition. And in the early 2000s is when I believe all that stuff was, you could record any kind of obnoxious, over the top, noisy thing and have everything be clear and defined.
Well, and you can even hear like one of the things I clicked on when I was just kind of reading up on these records. I didn't realize that um, they got Baloo, Ben Kohler, Nate Newton, and Greg Anderson all doing backing vocals throughout the whole of this record.
Oh, that makes sense. I didn't look into
So
that
those
part.
guys must have all just been hanging out, or maybe Converge was about to record, so they were just kind of in the area or whatever. But like, you even hear it in Feast of the Damned. It feels like five or six guys like shouting. It's like a fucking Suicidal Tendencies record or something.
Yeah, no, that's
Where you're
great.
like, it's just and it's got that added layer to it. And that's probably where I was getting some like Converge vibes or something from that song. Where I'm like, it's kind of the same way. Like it feels like a lot of people singing in certain parts of Converge or something.
Yeah, like
Uh,
the cover on this one too. I don't remember seeing it talked about necessarily and confirming this, but it looks like a Black Flag damaged take,
mhm.
kind of like parody, instead of the fist, the sledgehammer and with the leather gloves and the gauntlet.
Well, and even like a little bit of an ode to Kill 'Em All with the
Yeah.
hammer, kind of axe kind of thing. There's a little bit to that very first Exciter, Heavy Metal Machine or whatever, or Heavy
Oh yeah,
Metal.
with the knife and the
Yeah,
the leather.
yeah.
It's
So
or Argento. It's a
yeah,
little
yeah, it's like a
giallo here,
giallo kind of thing. Yep, exactly. So there's
but
like
sleeveless, fingerless gloves instead.
yeah, it's a cool little, so there's like a lineage. Like these guys are definitely fans of all of this, and it just kind of
Well,
has that
it's not a
story.
Seagrave cover. Like they have like they're reaching back, but they're not like doing painted covers. They're more modern looking
Hmm.
covers for all of them, except the third one was Jesus, the Italian painter. I can't think of his name, but he did he's done probably close to 1,000 album covers. But that was kind of
All
him
the
at
guys
his
been
peak
done
too.
like recent like Testament, Elias or Cantor, that guy.
No. That's Cantor. He's the what the hell is this guy's name? Pablo Gerara or something. What is his name?
What other records has he done?
Oh, geez, I'd have to look him up to
Okay. Yeah,
remember
I didn't know.
at this point. But
Mark, I rely on you for our art
oh, he did.
information.
He did all the Inquisition records,
Oh, okay. Got it.
reissues, which I guess that's a sore topic for some. I don't
But
even
that like
remember what
that
happened,
aesthetic. Yeah,
but he did. Yeah, he did a Temple of Void cover.
got it.
He's done a million. Let me see.
Well, I mean, I think that that the aesthetic choices they make are pretty cool. I mean, and
Yeah,
obviously when you get to Slaves Beyond Death, which we'll be talking about near the end of the set, we're kind of talking about a record that's a more conscious step in the metal direction. They're
yeah.
not completely leaving their hardcore roots behind, but it's like, okay, we're getting down to business a little bit here with Slaves Beyond Death, and so the cover should kind of represent some of that, in a way. So I kind
Probably
of
is my least favorite of their. I like how the other stuff was kind of more maybe tongue in cheek.
yeah, yeah. But like, like I said, and we can revisit this when we get there, kind of a transition album. We never got to see what it was transitioning to, and maybe we
Yeah.
will see that sometime soon. But yeah, so we're gonna kind of trudge through. Do you have a favorite between Sentence to Life and Heavy Breathing? Or is it kind of just a toss up depending on the day?
I think I'm still on the first record.
Heavy Breathing? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I don't know
again,
what it is. I don't if it's just the immediacy or maybe because I didn't listen to it for so long. I listened to it a lot, and then all that
mhm.
kind of came back. But
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
The
it's
nostalgia.
close for sure.
Yep. I mean, Heavy Breathing was so singular when it came out too. So like that
Yeah,
hits like pretty big, whereas by 2012 there were a few handful of other bands that were starting to do that same kind of stuff. So maybe it didn't feel as important, but um I think you get into songs like we're about to like Force into Possession, just 2 minutes of dismember core ripping energy, just great sort of stuff going on there. And then for me, I don't know. It's almost like the hit song in a way, or maybe the go-to song. But I think "Endless Corpse" is like kind of at the center of like it's like their
it's
Fade to
their left
Black
hand
or
path.
something like that. Yeah, it's that song. Like it just sounds so fucking great. And like I said, I played it for my buddy Matt, and his mind was blown. He's like, "Holy shit!" it's like almost like a ballad for them, but it's not, but
It's kind of a precursor to what they would do on the next record too.
yeah, yeah, I think so. I
It's
think
bringing
so.
a lot of these like Metallica, the most melodic parts of early Metallica that have been completely lost.
Hmm.
Like bringing that into death metal, but not in an obvious way. It seems it kind of works perfectly. I mean, for that, what did I write for this song? I said, "Best of entombed and dismember with a caveman stomp."
Yeah,
Back to that, like
yeah,
their left hand path, kind of phantasm-y kind of thing.
sure. I mean, it's that 90-second intro that's very much left-hand pathy, I mean, that tremolo back into the intro doomy riff at the 3-minute moment, I said it might be my favorite Black Breath moment, bar none. It's just like it just kind of is a gut punch, but it hits me on all of those like both emotional and intellectual fronts. And
Hmm.
I said it's like almost like a sludge doom riff played at thrash speeds. It's like the
Okay.
maybe like the caveman thing, but like a
Yeah.
speedier version of it or something. It's cool. Um, and then you get to Of Flesh, and that's very much like more of a napalm kind of punk rock kind of groove mixed with, a band we haven't mentioned that's a big influence on them that's from the Seattle Portland area, which is Poison Idea, and you can kind of
Hmm.
hear some of that in a song like this. Pure Hate, Just Get Me Away. It's very cool, and it's got. Oh, I know what I wrote. It's the Poison Idea songs, Pure Hate and Just Get Me Away, if you put them through like a Grave HM2 filter. So if you know that band and you know a couple of those are two of their bigger songs, but um Poison Idea is a band I didn't know a lot about until the Crow soundtrack and that Pantera song, The Badge,
Hmm.
is a Poison Idea song, and through there I kind of discovered was it Feel of Darkness, I think is the one I
Yeah, the
picked
one
up.
that has Tiny Tim on the front.
Yeah, Tiny Tim and the gun and all that sort of
Yeah, I
shit.
thought it was Alice Cooper for the longest time.
Yeah, yeah. But that's one of like the few heavy bands to come out of like the Pacific Northwest in like the early 90s that wasn't like grunge, or something like that, so
Yeah.
um and I know you used to have a friend from Portland. I don't know if he was a big Poison Idea guy, but he played in some punk bands and things like that
Yeah,
as
they were. I
well.
mean, they were always kind of the elder statesmen of the era at the time, and they would, they wouldn't tour a hell of a lot after. But then they ended up doing a fair amount of touring in the States because I've seen them 3 times at least.
Have you? Okay, I've never
Yeah,
seen
they
him.
came. Friend Sean Knight, who's in
Yeah.
Child Bite and
Yeah.
does a lot of work with Housecore Records and stuff. He booked them on a couple tours. I think with either Child Bite was opening for them or something like that. But I've seen them multiple times, and I actually did merch for
Oh,
Poison
sweet.
Idea in Ferndale, so they could.
Cool.
So the guy could go see the show or something. He's like, can you watch the table? It's like, yeah, sure, no
Oh, that's
problem.
cool. Yeah, I don't know if I knew that. You probably told me back in the day, but I kind of forgot. So,
I was in the
but
winter. I was in a tent, and I just had like sambas on, and I remember my feet were so fucking cold. I was like standing on a chair so I could get away
man,
from the snow. But
where's that show at?
it was at the Loving Touch in Ferndale.
Oh yeah, okay, the old Loving Touch.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, interesting. So do you hear what I'm talking about? Like kind of some of the napalm, kind of more punk rock grooves on a tune like a Flesh, or
Yeah, yeah, and even like Lombardoisms to the drums, and
Mm.
I'm trying to think, what did I put on this song? I know there's lots of just feelings when I'm listening to these things because I was the I've been doing a lot of the research and listening on I got my childhood piano in the living room because I don't really have an office in the house at all, so I just had headphones on,
Yeah.
flipped down the piano, and I was just doing everything on there. So it's just a lot of, oh, this is fucking cool. Oh, this feels awesome. Oh, double bass, blah blah blah. It's like not great radio, but I was getting lots of feelings listening to all this
Yeah,
stuff.
lots of emotional sort of
Yeah,
stuff. Yeah.
like getting fired up. That
Hmm.
was
Sure. Yeah, and then you get Home of the Grave, great breakdown, pretty groovy solo, really solid Neil chorus here. I think one of his better ones. I hear a lot of this is
full of
maybe
hell, entombed.
yeah, there's definitely some Full of Hell. I hear a lot of Merciless, like Swedish thrash, but like a
Okay.
punk rock version of it or something. Like that same kind of speed and intensity of thrash they had, but
Hmm.
instead of it being like on the thrash death edge, it kind of falls a little bit more into the sort of punk energy. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sometimes I like commit to a thought and I'm like, yeah, I definitely like that's like a weird thing you're kind of hearing there. So, um, and then we'll sort of end with Joseph telling a story about the lyrics and kind of his interpretation of the title track, which "Sentence to Life," and what he thinks that term means, because it's very clever, right? It's kind of, obviously I kept calling it "Sentence to Death" because that's what your brain automatically sort of goes to, but
It's a very,
"Sentence to Life" has a completely different inversion to it.
yeah, it's like postmodern nihilism or something.
Yeah, it's really interesting, and Joseph kind of talks about that from a personal perspective, which I think is cool. So, and then we'll sort of end things with our going back to Slaves Beyond Death as we kind of start to wrap things up about where this band sort of landed on their final record, dot dot dot, thus far. So let's hear "Forced into Possession," "Endless Corpse," "Of Flesh," "Home of the Grave," and "Sentenced to Life," all from "Sentence to Life," and then we'll end with "Reaping Flesh" from Slaves Beyond Death. Let's talk, and this will be kind of our gateway. The fact you mentioned Southern Lord, and this sort of paved the way for Southern Lord to be able to change from kind of the perception of being a doom label to something else. And so talk to me about that kind of impact, because that was something I never really thought of until you pointed it out.
I've never heard anyone talk, but this is just something I noticed because it was happening when I was like seriously in the blog scene, when I was editing, when I was assigning stuff, right? And when I was evaluating every promo in my inbox to see like, oh, what's going on out there. Southern Lord kind of pivoted into a crossover label, but mostly for reissues.
Yeah, I remember like the Blast reissue, and
Yeah,
some of that kind of stuff.
Blast. They re-released Excel.
Oh yeah, great
Yep.
band. Yeah,
Sacrilege BC.
yeah.
Um, what kicked it off is in 2009 they reissued the first The Accused album, the
Oh
Pacific Northwest big crossover band,
yeah.
right? Also we've booked them. I've played with them. They're good guys. Love you, Blaine. Um, and particularly Battalion of Saints.
I kind of remember that record, but I kind of don't at the same time.
It's
I don't know. You know,
it's good.
is it
And
okay?
Black Breath toured with them.
Okay.
One of their last tours was with them. Um, Also critically, Black Breath did not tour with other HM2 core bands.
Yeah.
They didn't open for Converge. They probably could have if I wish they would have. It probably would have gone
Yeah.
great for them, right? But they toured with, let me think of some bands they toured with. Goat Snake, when Goat
Yeah.
Snake got back together. Greg Anderson's
Anderson.
Stoner
Yep.
Doom
Yep.
band,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Their closely allied band, Christian Mistress,
Okay.
a trad metal revival band.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind. And Battalion of Saints, an early metallic hardcore band that I don't think they have a Metallum page because I think people still think of them as a punk band.
Hardcore punk. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So even though they do the Swedish death metal is like, clearly it's a core part of the sound. It is the band. They can't not do it. Right.
What do you think like a tour with Darkest Hour would have done for them? Or some band like that. Like, would that have got opened things up for them enough? Or,
I don't think the metalcore kids want Black Breath either.
It's not mellow enough for them.
It's not melodic in that way.
Yeah.
It's not the band that would have done something for them is if they'd opened for Hatebreed.
Yeah. Because they brought the
Jamie
riffs.
Jamie Josta would never do that. Right. Or Power Trip, who were also
Southern
Lord for their first two records. We don't know about this third one if it comes out whenever it comes out.
Yeah.
Right. But like now Power Trip is probably the most popular Southern Lord band ever. Maybe.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. They blew up. I mean, part of that maybe had to do with some posthumous attention, perhaps. I'm not sure. I always like Power Trip, but like in recent years, the amount of attention they get is really interesting. I don't know. I really did. I remember that was it the debut? What was the debut? Was that the one?
Manifest Decimation.
Yeah, that got a lot of attention. Those first two did really, really well.
I remember, it's so funny. I think one of the best things ever wrote at Invisible Oranges was an op-ed about Rethrash is dead. And I think a week later, Manifest Decimation came out. And I was like, it's dead except for one band. But if you go back and listen to Manifest Decimation, I'm not saying they were listening to Power Trip, but like,
or listen to Black Breath, you mean?
Yeah, I'm not sure Power Trip was listening to Black Breath, but think about I Am Beyond, and then think about Crossbreaker.
Yeah,
that song. Like, there is connective tissue there, and that's also that album. I think is sort of a changing of the guard from like the metallic hardcore thrash whatever producer going from Kurt Ballou, away to Arthur Rizek.
Yeah, that's
who's
really
still
good insight.
I think he's like the most in demand metal producer 12 years later.
Yeah.
And his career effectively starts on Manifest Decimation as a producer.
Right? Wow, good connection. Yeah. Well done. Well done, young Schafer. Good job.
Well, this is my era. This is my time.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is why we brought you on, to give us some context that Mark and I probably we were just above, we were floating above some of that stuff. We weren't paying attention to some of the things happening, I remember when Power Trip came out, people freaked out about it, and I didn't understand why, probably because I was a little too old. I liked it, but I didn't understand what was happening in the DNA of people 10 years younger than me. And this is good.
That band always mattered. Nightmare Logic was way bigger than Manifest Decimation.
Sure.
And then, sad but true, like the Riley thing did something too. But here's my question. And I'm going to differentiate this phenomenon from some other bands we'll talk about later. I don't think that Power Trip is an Erstot's Black Breath. They're definitely not. They're too good. They're their own thing. I adore that band. They're singular, right? However, does Manifest Decimation happen the way that it does if Southern Lord doesn't put out Heavy Breathing and see what it can do? It's worth noting, contemporaneous with Heavy Breathing, there's another massive album on Southern Lord, Unsilent Death by Nails.
Oh, yeah.
Another HM2 core band.
Yeah.
To me.
More grindy, but the riffs are there. If they're there. Yep.
That said, I've had some friends who I don't know if they're still in Nails, but at least they've come in and out of Nails. To me, there's literally no comparison. Like, Black Breath herb stomps Nails in every regard, other than their willingness to go out in public and be an asshole. And to Black Breath's credit, they figured out real quick it costs nothing to say nothing.
Yeah.
And they liked not talking.
Yeah.
Which is maybe part of the reason why it didn't catch on the way it could.
That could be. It is weird because your Nails just seem to be anointed. And I liked, at least the first couple. I paid attention to them, and then I haven't really paid that much attention to them since. But it's weird. I don't know if it was like the little bit of grind that they had, in their DNA, like people kind of anointed them for that reason. I'm not sure why.
I don't get it. People do. Some things are inescapable. I think Unsilent Death is probably one of the first albums that really benefited from getting a needle drop review from Anthony Fantano on YouTube.
Oh, he was a supporter of that.
Early. Yeah, he was really into Unsilent Death. He was really into the next record. I don't follow him any longer. Maybe I should.
I'm on Insta sometimes a little. He's fine. Yeah, I don't know. He just does his thing. I don't take him seriously one way or the other, but he's not offensive to me. I think he's a guy that thinks about music, and I appreciate that. I share all his opinions.
He's probably still the most influential music critic on the planet, and he's not metalhead is not his identity, but he likes extreme metal.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if he'd given a review to Heavy Breathing, what would have happened?
Mm.
More so than touring with Power Trip or touring with Hatebreed. That's what would have made Black Breath a band that never retires.
Did they get anything like, Decibel Terrorizer? Did any of
I don't know. I don't remember.
Yeah,
I think it really truly was like an underground thing. They were like an underground band, but they were like a Real Heads Know band. I feel like now I'm just saying the same 5 things over and over again in different ways.
No, you're not, you're not wrong, but I mean, but I think like you're speaking truth to this. I think it's the mystery that I can't wait to talk to Mark about to get his thoughts. But I think your insight is super elusive, super like helpful in unlocking a lot of things. Because Mark and I were in a different place. We were a few years in the podcast.
Sure.
I mean, we were old heads. This was like kind of a cute. It wasn't cute. Cute's the wrong word, but like we were like, ooh, Entombed, Dismember, coming back. But we weren't really plugged into like the pulse of like that scene. I mean, I'll be the first to admit it. Black Breath seemed like an anomaly. I didn't really realize they were representative of some trend that was kind of happening until like you put it into context. And I'm like, you know what? That does actually make sense. The Power Trip connection, the Nails connection. I never saw that as a total scene before.
They also, I think it's worth noting, they were going head to head with Trap Them.
Yeah.
Who I also love Trap Them, by the way.
Yeah,
they're great. Trap Them did get accolades.
Yeah.
From the metal.
I do remember that.
I know they did. And I think part of that was Trap Them, much more than Black Breath, did kind of have that art school intellectual edge to them. And they also were a little bit edgelordy, but in a very tasteful way. For example, I have Darker Handcraft. I think their best album on
same.
CD.
Same.
The lyric book is just glossy black pages. It's like it's a lyric book, and there's like when I see things like that, I'm like, oh yeah. And they had this distinct visual style with the pointillism, more so than Black Breath did. Even though we'll talk about the art soon. But I think kind of maybe there was also an element of, we've got a Nails and we've got to Trap Them. Do we really need a Black Breath? And I'm here in the corner shouting, you absolutely do.
Yeah. And maybe like you said, there was just not enough oxygen in the room to support all of these little niches that were kind of fighting for space, I
think so. I mean, and Trap Them toured with Converge when Converge was touring all the time.
Yeah.
Like I think a couple times. So like if you were trying to tap the Kurt Ballou angle, Trap Them sort of occupied that.
Yeah.
And that doesn't say Trap Them wrote spectacular songs. The Facts. Y'all, if you've never heard The Facts or Evictionaries, like go bump those tracks. Good one.
Yeah.
They're incredible. But Trap Them also kind of pivots away from that. Like after Darker Handcraft, they try to get more obscure, a little more outre. Black Breath takes the opposite approach. They try and get as hooky and punchy as they possibly can for the second record.
that leads us to talking about, Sentence. So talk about that record, because that's a favorite for both you and I. But what stands out to you about that record, and why does that have the edge for you?
After I heard Heavy Breathing, I don't recall slobbering at the mouth for a second album announcement more
Yeah.
since then. Like I was just like, when's the promo? Give me the promo. Like when I would check like monthly. I didn't get a promo. I never got Southern Lord promos. But I remember when the first single came out, it was Mother Abyss. Crucially, I think, by the way, not the best song on. I mean, I love the album, but like I wouldn't have said Mother
That's
Abyss is
not
the
the song.
single.
Yeah, that's not
It's
the song. Yep.
like there's six or seven, five, six, seven like certified anthemic bangers. Why'd you pick the one grind song? Like maybe to try and still hold a hand out to the Razor to Oblivion crowd, possibly.
Yeah.
Certainly that didn't happen, because Sentence to Life is just pure hooks and aggression. I think it is Kurt Ballew's best production job. Maybe I even give it the edge over Dysphere. Actually, if I rethink about the Tompa episode, I think I said Dysphere's second to Sentence to
Black Breath. Okay.
Yeah. The drums have never, extreme metal drums have never sounded better.
They sound awesome on that record.
Awesome. The guitar tone it's the best HM2 tone.
It's pretty incredible.
It's incredible. The songs
Endless Corpse, the first time you hear that, like it's just, yeah. East of the Dam. It's all, yeah. It's
Neil's vocals are a step above, and his lyrics, his ability to craft a hook is stupendous. His lyrics are, if you dig into them, quite bleak and quite entertaining. But title track, right? Sentence to Life. You think it's about prison. Terrified of living, too scared to die. It's, and if that, like, terrified of living, too scared. I live with an anxiety disorder, and I'm not trying to like trauma porn this, but I'm like,
you got it. Yeah.
When when I'm crashing out, like when I was like in need of medication, terrified of living, too scared to die. Yes, that is what that sounds like. And I feel lighter listening to it because he makes it fun and kind of funny, right?
Yeah, sure.
But the nihilism isn't a put on, right? Later in the album, what's the lyric? Life is a prison, death is the key. No one escapes. That is a worldview for your evaluation. And it's bleak. It's, in a weird way, it actually shares a lot of connective tissue with like Watain.
Yeah.
But without the Order of Nine Angles occultism to it. Like he's not coming at it from an I'm a wizard angle. He's coming at it from I'm a punk, people are overdosing on the streets.
Yeah.
A more honest and, in my opinion, frightening perspective.
Yeah, it's more realistic. It's more grounded in reality, almost like Discharge, or the stuff that they would be kind of singing about, realities of war and that sort of stuff.
But he's not raging against it. He's not, it's not, he's living with it. He's embodying it, and he's not fighting. He's not presenting it as a tragedy.
Because you're right. Black Breath's never struck me as like political in any sort of way. Not of like the Discharge politics, I suppose. But there is the bleak nihilism that's like there, mixed with like a little bit of an absurd, not sense of humor, but there's just like there is a dark comedy angle to it. There's something like Kubrickian about what they're doing.
Yes, in that way, he evokes Jeff Walker.
Yeah.
Like, especially when you get to Heartwork and on. Yeah. Well, let's skip one. But you like Heartwork, Surgical Steel, and the new one. Like he's death metal Sid Vicious. His wit is pure corrosive acid.
I'll fight for lyrically, like Swan Song. This is your the corporate rock really sucks. Like he's
doing it. He's doing it.
Yeah, he's doing it. It might not be to everybody's liking, but it's that cynical, that Jeff Walker, whatever, that je ne sais quoi humor. He's rough around the edges always. When you
Right.
encounter, even if you like know him as a friend, he's like that. He's always that guy. Is that how Neil kind of came across when you worked with him, or is that more
No,
just his thing that he does when he's kind of connecting into Black Breath? I suppose.
clearly Neil has like a morbid curiosity.
Mhm.
So do you. So do I. Right. If you're
Yeah.
not, how could you be into this music if you're not like having a morbid streak, right? But and I think this is actually true. Is like there's a way to approach nihilism. Put on my philosophy manner, right? Like Nietzsche didn't think nihilism was the end, right? He's like, you can get lost in it, or you can live with it and have fun with it, and then do something with your life, with the idea that like it's kind of a grim joke. Like it's kind of a grim joke, right?
I've lived like most of my 47 years. You know what I mean? I'm a history teacher. I'm into metal. I'm into dark cinema. Like it's all around me. And yet my fiance is always like, "You're pretty happy go lucky for." I'm like, "Yeah, because it's just like I accepted the reality and I just march through it and I'm fine. I just make the best of what it is what it is. But like I know we're fucked." like yeah,
Yeah,
like it's fine. I'm not gonna live there because it doesn't do much for me to live there, but I'm aware of it and I'll march forward. I mean, I think you're right with the Nietzsche kind of idea of that.
it's Neil, much like us. I think he's actually a pretty happy-go-lucky guy. He loves travel.
Mhm.
I believe he met his wife overseas. He's a funny, friendly guy. He doesn't love to talk. I think I want to call someone an introvert, but like Black Breath they don't love attention as like people. They put on a great show. He's a great frontman, but like he doesn't like to talk. He doesn't move. I'm pretty sure most of the time I see him, all he says is, "We're Black Breath, bang your fucking head." That's all he has to. He lets everything else do the metal talking. And as a guy, he wants to. In my time with him, he wants to crack a beer. He's gonna stroke his beard and smile. Let me do 90% of the talking and be like, "It's pretty funny, man." Yeah, that's him. He just seems like a jolly dude. And like honestly, all the members of that band were like out and about in that neighborhood. You
Mhm.
knew all of them, and they were all nice guys. Like Eric was a bartender at this famous bar called the Comet. He was no nonsense and about his work. I actually know Jamie probably the least. And you know, uh, rest in peace. But Elijah, he was like Santa Claus. He was a bouncer, and like everyone loved him. He was just sitting there smiling. He did his job, didn't have very much to say, and when he wasn't working, he wanted to drink a beer and play pinball. He didn't want to talk about. Neil isn't quite a friend, but Neil's like a warm acquaintance.
Mhm.
Elijah was just an acquaintance, right? But he knew who I was. I knew who he was.
Mhm.
And the few times we like quote unquote hung out, he was like, "Don't talk to me about Black Breath. Let's crack a beer and play pinball next to me." And that was like what was meaningful.
Yeah.
That's where he got his pleasure.
Yeah. It was like Lemmy with his little gambling machine at the bar. That's it.
It's a very similar vibe, although less willing to give great stinger quotes as
Yeah.
that was them. They were working collar bar culture fun dudes.
Yeah.
The glorious calling, take on your own.
That was Reaping Flesh, Sentenced to Life, Home of the Grave, Of Flesh, Endless Corpse, and we started with Forced into Possession. And yeah, Slaves Beyond Death. I mean, we just heard, Reaping Flesh there. It's the final Black Breath release, as we sort of mentioned. Definitely more straightforward death metal at times, still catchy, still groovy, but more blasting in terms of the drums than some of the D beat drums. That was one of the things I kind of really picked up on, and I know you're a drum fan. Did you notice that sort of shift throughout this record, or do you think it,
I think, yeah, I think even on Neil's vocals, he's more of a death metal vocalist on this record.
hmm
Less hard. They seem more. This whole record seems more metal to me.
yeah. And I got a cool quote. It's from that Invisible Oranges interview from 2015 with the
Hmm.
guitar player Eric Wallace. And he just said, I know we wanted to do something different, which is what we thought we were doing on Sentence to Life. Whereas before, we tried to keep it a little more brief and kind of get to the point. Whereas now, you know, we wanted to it to be fast, loud, quick, and kind of get over with it. But this record, we kind of just took the opposite approach. See if we can take the listener or ourselves or both on a little more of a journey this time. Like I said, we didn't have a blueprint for it really. We never tried exactly that before. So the whole thing was kind of at times feeling like by the seat of our pants, I guess. And so there's obviously a more
Pulled it
conscious
off pretty
effort.
well.
Yeah, I think it's pretty awesome, and I do think it is interesting to think like if they maybe had a second shot at this type of sound, could they have kind of found that middle ground? Because I think if there is a negative to Slaves Beyond Death, it's that it is maybe too death metal, and that they lose some of that energy that maybe they had on the previous two records. I don't know. What are your thoughts about this shift in direction? Do I mean, I know you said it's probably your third favorite of the three, but do you
Well,
think that
it's
there's a
probably the one
way
I
out?
listened to the most recently.
Really?
I mean,
Okay,
or
recent.
since consistently since it came out,
hmm
I throw it on, maybe a couple times a year. This record, just because of all the weird thrash Metallica isms that kind of work really well with this. But I think I've always kind of felt, I think, a little more that this was not losing energy but maturity a little bit, like leaving your influences behind a little bit more.
Mm.
But in listening to all three of these, consistently for a couple weeks, getting prepared to do this, it could be I could definitely could see it. People see it as a little bit of loss of energy. I could see that, but I really enjoy the lack of punk on this.
hmm
But it is totally they're losing a little bit of what, or changing a little bit of what they were. But the differences were exciting enough where I didn't internalize it that way. That makes
Well, it's
sense.
also kind of interesting too because there's this kind of thing that happens in the band where Jamie Bynum, the drummer, was struck by a car in between the recordings of Sentence to Life and this,
Yeah.
and there was kind of a longer delay, and it seemed like a kind of a different reshift, maybe a refocus in terms of them consciously going to Kurt to make a more metal record than anything they had done before, and like you said, maybe it's too metallic for the hardcore kids, or just that sort of energy shift. But I would say, like you, it's grown the most on me since it came out a decade ago. And
Hmm.
this was sort of an album. I had talked a little bit more about this with Joseph too, where like I probably didn't fully digest this record, and it was at a weird time. We had more or less we were on hiatus, and so
Hmm.
like you and I would still obviously talk and go to shows, and we were doing stuff, but like I was just maybe digesting music a little bit differently then because I wasn't thinking of it in the context of like a year end episode, or you know what I mean, like the way I
Yeah, we
probably
weren't
thought
talking
of
about it
things.
for hours like we used to. Yeah.
Yeah. And so this one kind of like hit me, and then I just sort of filed it away, and I didn't really pull it out much. And so like I kind of forgot how much of a metal record this was, because when I think of like Black Breath, I think of Heavy Breathing or Sentence to Life, if I'm
Hmm.
being honest. So it was kind of fun putting this show together because I got to like actually like spend time with this record and really kind of get to know it a little bit more and get a feel for it. And I like it, but I think maybe if there was a critique, perhaps, maybe some of the songs are like 30 to 40 seconds too long. and maybe
Everything
that's
is long in this,
yeah,
definitely.
and
Um,
it's not a like a like a killer necessarily. It's just maybe something that they maybe on that next record that they never got to make, maybe they tighten things up a little bit, but keep some of that metal energy, but just a little bit more of a refocus. Like there's maybe a little, I don't want to say bloat because it's not a bloated record, but
it's more, it's like a epic. Everything's got this epic kind of vibe going on. I'm looking at the song lengths right now. Nothing's under
Mhm.
5 minutes. The
Yeah.
shortest is 5:06. Longest is 7:47.
And I think that could be a problem for people, and especially if a lot of the basis of your crowd is metalcore kids and hardcore kids and punk kids that have discovered more metallic elements. This might have been a turnoff for them, perhaps.
Yeah, I don't think
Whereas
they toured on this either.
yeah, yeah. I mean, not very much. I know the last show that they play is New Year's Eve of 2016, I think. I think I wrote it down.
Hmm.
Yeah, so, you know, they played a few shows, and even when they did play the shows, they didn't play a lot of songs from this record. I remember Joseph kind of pointing that out in one of the interviews in Invisible Oranges. They're like, "Hey, you're only playing like three songs from the new record. That's kind of weird." And they're like, "Well, it's maybe not what our crowd wants to hear." And so like they almost like recognize right away that like this stuff might not go over the best with the kind of energy that we usually play at live shows. So it's kind of, I don't know. And it could have been the injury to the drummer too, that they just didn't want to go out as much and tour, or like you said, they're just getting older and more mature and trying to figure out what they want to do as a band almost.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to always like buck against what you're known for. I think if you're in a creative, any kind of, like if you're doing something long enough, teaching art. Like sometimes I don't want to be known as just the metal guy. I want to try to spread my wings and do something else. And when that doesn't work, you come back to what you know.
Sure.
So I get the artistic drive to want to do something different. I don't think it's that far away, but definitely with in a live context, I can't really foresee these songs being having that same kind of immediacy and crowd reaction as the first two records.
Yeah. Yep. So let's get into it. We were going to hear the opener, Pleasure, Pain, Disease, slower, more punishing. Kind of gets into this like cool like bolt thrower sort of groove. I hear a little bit more bolt thrower at times on this, which is never a
Really,
bad
yeah,
thing.
rhythmic. Yeah.
hmm and then you get kind of a cool like death metal breakdown. And that's all like just in the 2 minute intro before the song really, kind of comes in. I love the high pitched screams you get a few times in the second half of this song, and you almost
Hmm.
get like a cool rhythmic, like the only thing it reminded me of is like an unanimated sort of breakdown. That
I
sort
get
of
that
like,
on the title track.
oh yeah, 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 I
The
could hear that too.
opening sounds totally like unanimated to me.
Yeah, yeah, a lot of that too. I hear a little bit, in Slaves Beyond Death that Mark's talking about. You hear some more autopsy and grave and some of that stuff sort of mixed in the sort of sludgy groove after you get that kind of unanimated sort of intro.
Hmm.
They're just more overtly death metal. That's all
Yeah.
the vocals are less hardcore. Everything's much just more kind of focused in that sort of department.
I don't think is there any gang vocals?
Don't hear a lot of that. That's kind of gone a bit. And again, maybe
It sounds
that's
serious. It sounds more serious in
yeah.
general.
Yep. Yep. I mean, like a song like Arc of Violence, the next song, I mean, it takes nearly 2 minutes to sort of lock in. And I love that for it. But if you want punk grind energy, you know, is it fair to say that maybe, and again, this is, they're obviously not of the status of the band I'm about to compare it to, but this kind of has a little bit of that harmony corruption sort of aspect to it, where I'm sure a lot of Napalm grind punk fans did not like harmony corruption and were like, what the fuck? Why are these songs so long?
Yeah.
I-
Why
it
does it
kind of
sound
reminds
like
me of that.
Obituary?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Why
It
is
got
John
some of that.
Tardy on this song?
Yes, exactly. And even like Arc of Violence has that mid-pace kind of groove that like Obituary kind of style death metal kind of had a little bit more. Um, Killer solo on Arc of Violence too. Really,
Yeah.
you get
Yeah.
better solos and stuff too. So I mean, I think that's kind of interesting. Um, we sort of end with a place of insane cruelty, which is such a great title. And there you've got Asphyx, Obituary, kind of mid-pace, doomy crunch. You get a few bursts of speed and some kind of cool guitar harmonies, almost some like James Murphyisms at times, in
Well, this
it.
whole like the drum march thing in the beginning, and then the guitar kind of going back and forth, that kind of twin harmony thing going back and forth. It's very Master of Puppets to me.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think you're right. I didn't maybe focus on that enough, but I think it was insightful when you said like they almost like go back to some of the thrash things as well as death metal on this rather than punk.
Yeah, because I
Yeah,
think, and really is that just the Metallica aspect of that harmony is mostly goes back to New Album, from what I can
sure. Yeah.
gather, but not necessarily the most obvious, New Album choices. But that's kind of that melody, because like Exodus definitely steered away from that. But those first three Metallica records had an incredible sense of melody and
Steeped
like
in it. Yeah.
epicness. Yeah.
Mhm. Yep. Yeah, and they sort of push it with especially Ride and Master in terms of those 8-minute songs or whatever, 7, 8 minute
Yeah.
songs where they just they kind of like had that personified, without it making them ever boring or losing energy. So
Hmm.
but yeah, so this is a nice little sampling of some of the Slaves Beyond Death for folks there. So let's get into it, and then we'll kind of come back, wrap things up, talk about where the band kind of ended, dot 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 for now, and then kind of say our goodbyes and such. So we're gonna hear Pleasure, Pain, Disease, Slaves Beyond Death, Arc of Violence, and A Place of Insane Cruelty. And we'll hear a couple more times from Joseph at the beginning and the end. Well, let's talk about their last release, and then we'll kind of get into like the legacy and what's next a little bit. So, Slaves Beyond seems to be for some people controversial. I mean, this is not a band that has a lot of press about them, but it just seems like people are a little more remiss to warm up to this record. It's more metal, in my opinion. It's more technical. I mean, not technical in a bad, but like it's got a lot more kind of going on, I think. But what was your take when you first heard it, and how has it aged for you in the last 10, 11 years?
So that's your opinion, is that it's more metal?
It seems like some of the punk, it's not gone because they always have it in their DNA, but it just seems like maybe a more conscious attempt at doing bigger songs. It's a longer record. For me, like Sentence kind of feels like a Rain and Blood. It's like 10 songs, 32 minutes. It's very,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. There's something a little bit more about Slaves Beyond. That's my thoughts, I guess. I don't know. Go ahead.
Jason, that's not
Yes.
your opinion. That's a fact.
Oh, okay.
Like
Okay.
it's
Okay, good. I thought maybe
absolutely.
I thought we were going to get a hot take from Joseph Schafer there. So but no, you're right. It's yeah.
It's a fact. And the funny thing is, I slovenly waited for this record. I punished Neil about it, and he was like, "Oh, we're recording it next week." One time I was like, "What's it like, man?" And he looks at me and says, "Grindy."
Hmm.
And I was like it's a grindcore album? He's like, "I'm not telling you."
Hmm.
He's like, "Let me tell you what." He's like, "I think a lot of people are going to hate it." It's the most different one.
Yeah.
They evolve. No two Black Breath records are quite the same, but this one's a big leap.
Mm-hmm.
Um, his voice is way more death metally, and in particular, I think there is a pronounced Metallica influence.
Yeah.
A classic Metallica influence. The clean guitar intros, the longer song structures. And I love that about it.
Let's see the Cain.
Yeah. I mean, you started with it.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, in a weird way, this was going to wrong foot people because Seed of Cain is actually like not an indicative Black Breath song. I mean, I believe there's a short instrumental on Heavy Breathing, but it ends with a big Call of Cthulhu instrumental.
Yeah.
Right. At the same time, they do something very not Metallica with it. There's way fewer hooks. It's less about vocal and rhythmic and riffy hooks. To me, that makes when it does land on a hook, it makes it like the impact is astounding. Like on the title track, when it hits into that, when it finally becomes like a Black Breath song 3/4 the way through,
Mhm.
It's infectious, right? But even when they were touring this album, they didn't play a ton of it.
I remember you
I think
saying that in the interview. Yeah.
I think they played like the first 2 songs and then like maybe one more. I think,
So
let
they
me
kind of
try to
knew where their
remember.
bread was buttered a little bit, you know.
Well, or maybe I've never gotten the impression that they didn't love it, but I truly think they just played the first 3 songs and that's it. Um, Let me think of what I can say without putting my foot in my mouth. Well, how's this? I think they were always going to go in a more metal direction. Even you saw that on Sentence to Life. What's the cover? It's the hammer going through the. It looks like a Judas Priest cover.
Yeah.
Right. Who are the bands in now? What bands are they in? Have they been in the interim? Well, Jamie, the drummer, who, by the way, this is like a known thing. Neil is integral to the band. Eric and Jamie write the music. But my impression always from people closer to the source than me was that Jamie's the creative head of Black Breath.
Ah, okay.
Let me tell you what, he answers their emails.
Yeah.
If you contact them by email, he's
Another Metallica connection. Ah.
right. However, and this is also in a weird way, maybe Metallica too. I think he always wanted to be in like a classic rock band. So his current band in Portland is called Stainless, where he plays guitar. It's got 2 like leathered up gals in it. It's super fun. Now Eric's in it too.
Is it like a Lucifer kind of thing when you say leathered up girls?
It's like sleaze. It's
Okay.
like it's like
Sweet.
a little gothy, a little Motley Crue, but still kind of like venomy. It's fun. It's not Black
Maybe
Breath.
like Wasp then.
There's actually that's a great comparison.
Yeah.
It's very waspy.
Okay.
However, like I knew he'd been wanting to do quote a classic rock band for years. Neil and him were talking about Neil being the singer, and I remember saying to Neil at one point, I'm like, if Eric's in it and you're in it and Jamie's in it and you're all singing, and you're singing, isn't it just Black Breath? And that's when he just strokes the beer, is like, yeah, man, whatever you say. Like drinks his beer, but like Neil is not the singer in Stainless.
Okay. I'll have to check them out.
Eric was also in live, and I think he still is live, but for a moment, like right before Slaves Beyond Death, he was in Christian Mistress.
Yeah. Cool band. Yeah.
Great band. But
really
they're
fun.
like a total Scorpions throwback.
Yeah.
Right? It's so strange to, like, I think them trying to square the circle between some of us have this like very classic rock aspiration that we're an itch that we're trying to scratch versus this is the band that we're in. I think that was maybe I think it presented a challenge. It's also worth noting that at a point in time, I mean, you look on the internet, this is true. Jamie was hit by a car.
Yeah.
He spent some time in the hospital. He recovered, right? But to me, the thought of like, I'm going to be in a constant touring extreme metal band when I've had like to put my body back together, kind of. I could see that presenting, like not a roadblock, but it's an impasse, right? It makes you got to make decisions, which is compounded when you're the drummer, you're the guy who's been in the hospital, you're the creative lead. What are you going to do? Like, poor guy.
Sure. Yeah.
Right. I mean, I think you could see the footage of the accident online at one point. Like that crossing, there's like a photo of the crossing. I walked to work on that crossing my first 3 years in Seattle. Like it's bizarre. And it's, by the way, it is not a road that people should be barreling down at 50 miles an hour, 40 miles, whatever. Like it's a pedestrian street. Like it's a tragedy what happened to that guy. I'm happy he's alive. Right. But you can't help but feel, I also think in some of like the pessimistic extremity of Slaves Beyond Death, I think I hear some of that pain from him. Maybe it's like it's very tortured and torture us. album. But like, that's in contradiction with this desire to evoke the most popular and easily liked thrash metal band of all time.
Yeah.
How do you hold those two things at once?
That's really interesting. Yeah.
What do you do with that? So I'm not surprised that people are challenged by it.
I think it's a cool record. I am way more into it now than when it came out. And I don't know what happened. I always talk about this is, Requiem fans know I bring this up sometimes, but there was the break for us,
Right.
and my consumption of metal in that period was very different. Mark and I were still talking, we were still good friends, and we were still going to shows, but I didn't consume metal the same way when I wasn't doing Requiem. And it's not a good or a bad. It just means, so I think that record came and I knew we weren't doing a top 10. And sometimes I didn't dive as deep into some releases in 2014, 2015, 2016 until Requiem sort of kind of came back after that. It's a weird thing for me. So I think it's just one of those records that slotted in a weird time for me. I don't know.
At that time, I'd been the editor of Invisible Oranges for a year and a half, and it was starting to weigh on me.
Got it.
And so, like, there's some music from that time that, like, I kind of struggle with.
Yeah. Well,
it brings back rough times.
Sure. And like, I've seen movies before where I wasn't in the mood for them, and then I revisited them years later. I was like, what the fuck was I thinking? This is great. But it's just, everything's like that, every art and culture you consume. But yeah, it wasn't as immediate for me as, Sentence and Heavy Breathing were for some reason. And I was like, oh, okay, they're just kind of not playing it safe, but it was like they really went in on the metal thing a bit. And I was like, that's cool. But like what I loved about them, maybe a little bit more going into that, my own perception was this like merging of sort of the punk spirit and all these other things. And I think there were enough bands doing the HM2 thing in a more traditional way that I didn't maybe feel a need for that. But now when I go back and listen to it as a trajectory and I kind of go, one after another, I'm like, this is a cool fucking record. It's cool. It's different, but it's kind of got some personality to it that I didn't pick up on at first.
It does have a personality. It is more abrasive than and it is less catchy. Like, that's just a fact. Like, there's the Black Breath, like, gang shout, mosh parts, the like, let's break faces now, let's drink a beer, then break it on the bar parts.
Yeah.
They're not really there.
Yeah.
And those are such a huge part of the EP, Heavy Breathing and Sentence, and especially Sentence Life is like all of that. That's right.
Yeah, the whole thing. Yeah.
It's a little more Tray at the back, but like, that's still like the spirit of it. Slaves Beyond Death has a different feeling. It's not friendly, which is very funny coming from bands like, we all want to be in a classic rock band. Let's do a hookless album. It's not hookless. I'm exaggerating.
I know what you're saying though. Yeah, it doesn't have the same feeling to it. I
mean, the songs are twice as long.
Yeah.
All of them. It's some of them are close to 7. Seeds Cain's close. Like, yeah, on the back half, they're like, I will say this. The zone between 5.5 and 6.5 minutes is an abyss. If your song is that long, it is too long to be catchy and too short to be epic. Don't do it. This is like, aspiring songwriters out there, let me tell you, if it hits 5.5 minutes, you better get it to 8 or 7.5, or you better cut it back.
There are some thrash bands that have done that. I think, would you say Heathen falls into that? And I love Heathen, but Heathen like almost hit that sweet middle spot that wasn't perfect for them to break through the right way. All their songs are like 6 minutes long, and you're like, that might have been a minute too long.
A little too long, aren't they?
Great riffs, but you're like, man, no wonder they didn't fucking get in the door, like some of those other bands. They just didn't care. was a place of insane cruelty, arc of violence, slaves beyond death, and pleasure, pain, disease. And we heard from Joseph a couple more times there. We'll hear from him one last time as we sort of go out and ride into the sunset. So, as we kind of get to this point, thus endeth Black Breath. In 2019, sadly, bassist Elijah Nelson died at the age of 40. Um, Jamie, the drummer, he said Elijah treated all humans from every walk of life with sincerity and generosity, lacking any prejudice or judgment. I think that's something we can all take away from his legacy. Be kind to each other. I poked around a little bit. It sounds like his brother posted something a few years later. It might have been maybe fentanyl related. I don't know. I'm not here to start rumors or anything, but very sad. I know Joseph talked about knowing Elijah pretty well and said he was kind of just like a sweetheart guy that just wanted to play like pinball and drink like cheap beer with you at the bar, kind of like a Lemmy. He's just a man of
Yeah,
simple.
he kind of felt like he had a uh, oh Jesus, what the fuck's his name? Cliff Burton kind of vibes.
Yeah.
Which we even hear on our closing song.
Yeah, well,
some
and
Burtonisms.
I think when he died, actually, the guys from Nasm said that in a quote. They're like, he's kind of like the Cliff Burton of like you know, this new era of kind of metallic, home inspired. You know what I mean? Like kind of, uh,
Well,
which
he
is
was wearing
interesting.
headbands and like he had a certain look that wasn't
Yeah,
really,
big
like
beard.
everybody else too.
Yeah. And so their last show was New Year's Eve 2016 in Vancouver. And they had already really been dormant for 3 years by the time he passed away. So it seemed like the band was kind of in a just an interesting spot. I know that Joseph will tell the story in one of the closing sets here about how I think it's one of the guitar players really wanted to like make like a classic rock type band, like as a side project. And he was kind of like, so I think there was maybe like a musical struggle in terms of like trying to align with what everyone wanted to do. And that happens sometimes when you get
Hmm.
older, right? People's tastes change and stuff. So
I know that
I hope,
he's credited at least with songwriting and guitars and stuff as well
yeah.
on the record. So I know he's like one of the original guys from the EP days. I think it's only him and Neil.
Yeah, I think they're the only two kind of remaining from that. Yep. Um, well, and Jamie's kind of like for all intents and purposes, he's kind of the Lars of the band. Like
I
he
think
was the
so.
guy that was doing a lot of interviews and answering emails and booking
Hmm.
tours and stuff. So I think he was kind of not just the drummer, but he was kind of like the band leader and such. And so,
I think one of the
these
main
guys,
songwriters too.
yeah, and I think even though he was a drummer, I think he also played guitar. Like you said, I think maybe it was Jamie that wanted to start the classic rock band. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't remember. So I think there was this kind of struggle with within the band of what they wanted the direction to sort of look like, and it's hard to say. It's been 6 years, 7 years since the band officially kind of split up in 2019, and now they're reunioning to do this, Black Breath Northwest Terror Fest show. It seems like a single show right now, but that's also what Acid Bath did, and
Hmm.
again, not to get like full circle, but Acid Bath's bass player died as well, and that's when the band broke up, and then they kind of all went off and did some other things, and it took them 3 decades to sort of like kind of pull it together, but it seems like something's happening where they've realized people love us. People are responding really well to us. I don't know if Acid Bath will ever record any new stuff. I don't think they really have to. Um,
No,
but
and that was
but
mentioned I think in Schaefer's interview too on in Decibel.
Yeah, yep. And I think Black Breath's in the same boat where, I think they have some songs, and if they want to, they could, do a follow-up to Slaves. And I think I'd be really interested in it because it hasn't been that long.
Hmm.
But I mean, At the Gates was in that same boat, dude, Carcass was in that same boat. And, when you've been away for a decade plus, you have some perspective, and maybe now they'll get their flowers. You know what I mean? They didn't really get their flowers back in the early 2010s, and that's my best hope for them is that they take the momentum from a big headlining gig at a festival like this, and they kind of say, you know what, this is kind of fun, guys. We should maybe do this again. Like, let's play some more shows, and
That's
go
what
from there.
Dismember did too. Like get back together doing, as long as everybody's having fun, we're going to keep doing this.
I think that's the key part. And maybe they're at a different place in their life, and that
Hmm.
it's just like they have a little bit of perspective on things. So I think that's I don't know. I think it's something to look forward to because I, for one, would love to see them again because they are they were a great band, and now I have a better sense of appreciating how unique they were. Whereas
Yeah.
probably back then I was like, oh, cool, it's Black Breath, but I'll see them forever. They just seem to be touring a lot, and it's like
Perpetual band. Yeah.
you kind of take that for granted, and then you're like, oh, damn, this was truly unique, and so. Yeah, I don't know. I want them to get the career they deserve, or get the credit that they deserve and finally get, like you said, the flowers and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I don't know. Any kind of closing thoughts on the band or perspectives or things as you've kind of revisited them for the first time in a while that kind of came to you?
I mean, it's an interesting play. It's especially these little like micro scenes that pop up throughout the history of extreme metal. But it's I think the most interesting thing is to go back and see how well everything held up. Because a lot of time I go back and check stuff out that I haven't listened to in a while. It's like, I don't know. I don't like it. It just it's kind of
Didn't hit
missing.
me.
But
Yeah.
there's like another level to it that I think I appreciate them more going back, and
Yeah.
especially intense listening, which I think we probably did more when we were younger. With like you buy a tape and you stick it on your headphones, and that's what you're playing for the whole week. When you're riding your bike around and all these different things, you're just constantly listening to the record. And I did a lot of intense listening to this while my son's sleeping in the car, so I'm like 2 hours a day listening to stuff and without any distraction really outside of driving around old country roads and stuff. But
Yeah.
it's it was nice to go back and especially listen because the Slaves Beyond Death I listen to fairly on a regular basis, but going back and listening to those first two records and I was like, damn, I forgot how punchy and energetic and like I wanted to go drink beers and get in a fight or something after listen to the first couple of records.
Yeah, it kind of got me through. Took I had to take my fiance to surgery in Canada, and so like when she was going to surgery, I just kind of went down into the lobby and got a coffee and just put some headphones on and just started taking notes. And I was just kind of it's very surreal, just to be in like a foreign country, kind of in a hospital setting, and just kind of people watching and just fucking rocking and rolling to heavy breathing and Sentence of Life and stuff like that. So yeah, it
Hmm.
was kind of it's just vibes, right? There's just
Yeah.
really good vibes all around on what they're doing, and I hope that there's probably some people who are listening to this episode that maybe you were unfamiliar with Black Breath, and all I can hope is you kind of get that, and you're like, oh man, this is fun. I missed this the first time, or maybe you maybe thought they were too metalcore or something, so you didn't really look into them too deeply, and I can
Hmm.
understand that. Maybe the way they sold themselves or marketed themselves wasn't completely, as metallic as maybe you are surprised to hear how much they have in them.
But sometimes on
So
the surface too, us older guys like to judge the younger bands like, what do they know? Like, I'm going to go listen to the original stuff. I don't need to listen to this crap. And
mhm.
be pleasantly surprised is always a good feeling as I get older.
Yeah, it is fun. It is fun indeed. So as we kind of exit things, I forgot to mention this in the I should have brought it up when Albert was here for Paradise Lost, but I got something from a guy named Garrett Smith, who is a listener. And I ran into him at MDF, and he wrote me a letter and mailed me his new CD. And I actually shared it with Albert, and Albert really liked the CD too. But it's called Refugium, Refugium, In Hope of Eternal Life. And Albert and I actually talked to him at MDF last year because he was wearing a Love History shirt, and we're like, "Holy
I
fuck,
see those very often.
that's a weird one." And he kind of like got chatting with us, and he was a really big fan of our Requiem, especially our Death Doom '90s episode and stuff. And he kind of came over. I think he was there for the Paradise Lost book signing when I was doing the security for Decibel and stuff like that. But he kind of mentioned that he was in a band, and he got my address there, and sure as shit, he mailed me a CD, and it's really good. And if you're
That's
a
awesome.
fan of Death Doom stuff from the '90s and you love all that stuff as much as like Mark and Albert and I do, um, check it out. It's really cool. It's on Desert Wastelands Records is the the label. I don't know much about them, but I'm sure you can find it on Bandcamp and support a really fucking cool band. But
And you can get physical copies.
yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, and he's on
That's great.
Instagram. So yeah, Refugium is what it is. But so thank you, Garrett. I want to shout that out because I know you're a Requiem listener, and for doing that is really cool, and we appreciate it, and hope to support
Absolutely.
you and all that stuff. So, and if you want to give us some feedback on stuff and messages and things, we appreciate that. You can check us out on our Discord. Just go to Requiem Metal Podcast Discord. There's a lot of cool conversations. We don't run that. That's all run by you guys. And so that's pretty cool. It's kind of its own organic thing and different organic conversations are happening. And I just kind of checked in on there and there was people talking about the Paradise Lost thing episode. And there was even somebody, and this is kind of weird because Mark knows because he and I share a Google Doc of Requiem ideas, but there was even somebody positing and talking about, is anybody really into intestine ballism? And it's a band I kind of pitched to Mark, a couple months ago as like maybe a quick little mini episode or whatever. So it's just funny to see like how these organic things kind of develop. But you can also follow us on Facebook. You can follow us on Instagram. I posted some videos from the Acid Bath show on both Instagram and Facebook. And remarkably, I'm on Metal Twitter, even though I don't want to be, but there is a cool community there. And I've just sort of blocked off all the other bullshit that happens on that site. And it's just mainly looking at people talking about metal, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and wrestling. I think that's pretty much what I see in my feed. I've just kind of blocked everybody else. I don't want to, politics and all this other fucking bullshit that happens on Twitter. But
yeah, I've not been on Twitter for over 10 years. So
not missing much, but
yeah.
but there's a cool
I would love to be off social media altogether, but unfortunately, I need to be out there in some capacity to make any money.
For sure. And that's the thing. I only use it mainly to promote the podcast and stuff and to keep conversations. And there are some good folks out there that do like stuff that we're posting and give some feedback and stuff. But we do appreciate any support. And if any of you want to, again, sign up to become a Patreon, $5 a month, $10 a month, or you can contribute to Mark's son's college fund and become a big time, Patreon for us.
Absolutely.
And have some voice perhaps in some future episodes. That would be very cool. But yeah, it's been great. Black Breath is a band, you and I have loved since, like I said, we started the podcast and we kind of, I don't want to say forgot about them, but they kind of just were off our radar screen a little bit. And I'm really glad that Joseph was able to get them out of retirement. And I hope it really works out and that everybody's happy in the end of the day. Both them.
No, it was cool to get because a lot of time we're doing a band that's, well, not that we've never heard of, but we're not necessarily super familiar with. So it's nice going back and revisiting something we were really into at the time, and it still held up.
Felt easy too, it was like effortless. Like, oh, okay, just show notes. We're like,
I just had to write stuff and then try to find. There's not a ton of scholarship, but
no, that's the weird thing. Like Joseph, when we first got on the Zoom call, it's one of the first things you hear. You've already heard it at this point in the episode, but he goes, "Did you interview these guys yet?" I said, "Nope." And he goes, "That's pretty normal. Don't worry about it." Like they're just guys that don't really, they're just very humble and they don't really like self-promote themselves much. And you know what I mean?
A lot of time people like doing the music is what's, expressing what they need to do and talking about it. Sometimes musicians are like, well, I've already did this. I don't need to, that's your job to break it down. What am I going to tell you?
Well, and honestly, let's be honest. There's not like a lot to intellectualize with them. They're very much like just an emotive, like they just play what they love.
Feel band,
energy. Yeah. There's not a big story here. There's not some deep through line. And that's kind of one of the fun things to, to celebrate is just a band that goes out and fucking kicks ass, live and kicks ass on albums and just has fun, so. But cool. All right. Well, we're going to end with one more tune from Slaves Beyond Death from 2015, and this is Chains of the Afterlife. And we'll hear a quick little goodbye also from my interview with Joseph Schafer. So once again, Joseph, thanks for the inspiration and thanks for letting us kind of, promoting us a bit on Northwest Terror Fest as well. We do appreciate that, and a friend of the podcast and all that kind of good stuff. And Mark, it's been nice to catch up as well. We haven't seen each other since Christmas, and we'll be seeing each other soon in a couple of weeks for Emperor, which I'm pretty excited for.
First time seeing Emperor.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Never saw him.
Yeah, you missed. That was the one metal fest that you missed in the fallow days, the breakup of Requiem back in
I
the.
think they'll probably sound better now.
Yeah, yeah, they sound like shit when I saw them twice back in the late '90s. If I'm
You had to
being
kind of
honest.
like, oh, I can hear the vocal line
Yeah,
or the
I think
drums,
I
but I can't
want to
hear anything
hear that
else.
guitar line. Yeah, yeah, I think that's what I
Yeah.
want to hear. That was a lot of black metal in the late '90s. It was like,
Oh, and
so,
Lisa's excited to see Blood Incantation. She's never seen them, so
ah, yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun.
they're
So,
always great.
yep. All right, cool. So for Black Breath and Requiem Metal Podcast, I am Jason.
And I'm Mark.
We're talking about Black Breath.
Yes.
Slaves You on Death to me is a transitional record. But the unfortunate thing for them is it's a transition that currently leads to nowhere, but it doesn't have to necessarily. One time I went into the Comet and I had a beer with Eric. I was like, oh, I'm the guy who did that interview. He's like, oh yeah, man, yeah, man. He's like, oh, I'm like, I want to do turf. He's like, yeah, man. I'm like, you guys should play sometime. He's like, oh yeah. He's like, I mean, email Jamie, but yeah. He's like, I do it. He's like, and you know what? He's like, we got stuff. We got stuff for album 4. He's like, there's just no reason for us to do anything with it. He's like, so we don't have a reason to practice because we don't have any gigs. We don't have any gigs because we don't have a bassist. We don't have a bassist because, you know, he told me, he's like, I think Black Breath needs something to kick it out of this. It took a global pandemic and then 5 more years. But, you know, he did say, he's like, there is stuff for Black Breath 4. I don't know what it would be like. It's also worth noting, there's in an interview, they say they wrote like half an album in between Sentence and Heavy Breathing and scrapped it. And I know.
Whoa.
You can't look, I'm sorry, there's unused material from this band during that time period. Even if it's not sentenced, you can't convince me that it's not worth looking at. Like,
Sure.
it's
Yeah.
like, I think they could make a Black Breath 4 probably easier than you'd think. And I selfishly, of course, I hope they do.
Yeah. No, I would love to see what these guys do because I think like we've talked about before, the crowd has come to them finally. Is starting to catch up, and that I'm glad that that's happening with you being involved with Northwest, with Terrafest, getting them at the right time. This is like, I do you think it's the right time for you? Do you think this would, if they had booked 6 years ago, would this have mattered as much, or do you think now it's like with that space and that time, like they're at the perfect place to do Northwest Terrafest?
There's things in the fest where I look back and I can recognize that was a miscalculation. I can't say for sure if Black Breath would have made any of the previous years. Asking them was never a miscalculation.
Yeah.
Making it work without them was never a miscalculation. That's what I can say. Right. Yeah. Like if it would have, what would have happened for them years ago? I don't fucking know. One thing that's helped is, for better, for worse, like I think there's been bands in their stead that have acclimated people more to what they were doing than people were acclimated at the time. That's the delicate way of putting it. Would you like me to put it the indelicate?
Let's just as we wrap things up, let's go there. Talk to me about this.
I have this theory. Some bands get to have other bands' careers for them.
Yeah.
It sad but true. Yep. I like In Flames. Does In Flames get what they get if At the Gates stays together?
Sure. That was something we talked about. Yeah.
Or does At the Gates get to headline Vakken every other fucking year and like tour with Meshuggah and Lamb of God forever? Yeah. Right? Like, I don't think so. I think
you're right there. Yep.
I think there's a point there. I mean,
Hmm.
there's other examples. I don't need to get into it.
You're allowed
To an
to.
extent,
I'm letting.
to an extent, I think Catatonia had Paradise Lost's career for them.
Yeah. Yeah.
In America, at least.
Yeah, in America.
Right.
Inconsistent as they have been in the last
But
10
more
plus years.
consistent. But it's still more consistent. Like
Yeah.
Catatonia is more consistent, but Paradise
You mean
Lost
in like their
ceiling.
presence as like a touring band and in the States and stuff like that?
Yeah, Catatonia has been way more consistent.
Yeah.
But I don't think the output compares in that
No.
time frame. Right.
No.
Earlier, it's all gems, right? But I think in that time
Sure.
frame, you know,
Yep.
that's it. There's a lot of Catatonia albums I love from that time period. We don't need to get into it. So let's name names. We already named one. Nails.
Yeah.
A band I frankly dislike.
Okay.
I think Nails just kind of like got to have Black Breath's career for them, and I'm mad about it.
Sure.
This one's hard, but I'll say it because I've booked them, and because Chase is a good ass dude.
Yep.
And Nate Garrett is coming to Terror Fest, I think, to see Black Breath. He and I correspond. Great dude, right? However, does Gate Creeper happen if Black Breath doesn't break up?
Yeah.
And is not the biggest issue with Gate Creeper that they never wrote a sentence to life?
Yeah.
Now, I will say this.
I want them to because I can
want them to.
feel the potential there. They're like so close to like that record, you know.
That's what makes it frustrating. Is like they're trying and they're aiming for the right thing. It is what it is. But I will say this. Let me give Gate Creeper some serious shine. That last album, I think that's a better Slaves Beyond Death than Slaves Beyond Death is.
That I'll have to listen to with that thought because again, Slaves Beyond Death until we did this Black Breath album or episode was not a record I was as intimately familiar with. So I probably wasn't even thinking about that, you know, as I listened to Gate Creeper, you know.
That last Gate Creeper record, the one that's like pure mellow death, pretty catchy, pretty fun.
Yeah.
I gotta give them credit. I think that one's a triumph, and it's not. They didn't need the transitional album. They like transitioned and stuck the landing. But it's not a contest, right? Like I'm not trying to like pit people against each other. I love these bands.
No. Yeah, but right? It's kind of a what if game because, like I said, what's always fascinated me about Black Breath is the idea that they didn't make it, and I don't know why because they were you know. Southern Lord had some presence, you know. I feel like that was a label people knew about, you know, for a bit, you know. But maybe it's the touring thing, it's the lack of interviews, it's the time that maybe they were just too early to the game by a year or two. I don't know what it was.
That's true, but you can tell that like it's the trend did catch on when they were doing it, and it's been catching on since. Let me just name some names for you. Members of Converge start All Pigs Must Die.
Yep.
Which is another HM2, very Black Breathy. I prefer Black Breath. Members of Power Trip and Darkest Hour start Mammoth Grinder.
Yep.
I've booked Mammoth Grinder. Great band.
Fun
very
band.
Black, very Black Breathy. Yep. Jabulba was a Youth Crew hardcore type. Well, SoCal hardcore band. Went kind of Black Breathy for a while.
I don't know those guys. Okay.
Oh, Zabulba? It's worth checking them out. The newest stuff is a little Suicide Silency. Their main guitarist started a Aztec folk death doom band called Zompotli. I will never Zompotli. I don't know how to. It's
Tazamatli.
That.
Oh, I like those guys. They're great. Okay.
That guitarist is the other guitarist in Zabul.
All right. Yeah, Tazamatli. Yeah. Kind of when Black Braid came out, I think Chris and I got into the Tazamatli, or I don't know if we're saying it right. We're probably butchering it, but yeah,
it's
cool.
Totally. There's some other bands that kind of do this. There's a short-lived, they only did 2 albums, but very good band from North Carolina called Funeral Sheet. I love them. Members of Cursed and Catharsis started an even more HM2 core-y, but still very more punk than metalline band called Sect.
I have heard of them, but I don't know if I've listened to them much. Yeah.
It's good.
Okay.
It's good. It's good. Harm's Way are now like a big deal. Now they're like very outre, but when they started, they were an HM2 core band.
Mm.
Genocide Pact, Fuming Mouth. I don't endorse this band, but Young and in the Way. Don't worry about it. If you're from Detroit, worry about it. Okay. Those guys, I think many of those bands kind of, many were continuations of other things, right? Yeah. But at the same time, I hear the Trap Them and Black Breath influence in all those bands, and many of those bands are still going. Like Funeral Chic's done, Young and the Way is done, but Harm's Way is huge. Genocide Pact is still going. Funeral Mouth is still going. The fire isn't dead for the HM2 core is not. It's not a done deal. But I think that the two torchbearers of it right now are Nails and Gatecreeper. You can't tell me there isn't room for a third.
Do you think that in your conversations with booking these guys, does it seem like they're going to take the momentum forward to put something together, or is it a wait and see?
I have no idea.
Okay. I didn't know if they indicated or gave you any hints on anything in your conversations with them.
They don't like to talk.
Yeah. Okay.
Even to me. Like, for example, people keep DMing me asking who's going to play bass for the reunion. I don't know. And I'm not going to ask. Yeah. It's going to be a surprise for me too. The hardest thing up there is going to be reminded that Elijah's gone.
Yeah.
And in the end, I think Black Breath exists not first and foremost, but Black Breath exists to please Black Breath. Yeah. They're not going to sacrifice, much like Acid Bath. I don't think they're going to do it if they're not enjoying doing it, or if they don't see like a personal reason to do it. Like the promise of like dangling, oh, you could be a boop, boop, boop. I don't think that really matters to them. Yeah. I think it should happen because I like merit. I think the merit for it. I don't know what their ambitions are or aren't. Yeah. That's for them.
Yeah. Oh, well put. Well put. Indeed.
And that's probably part of why they do so well. It's probably because I don't think they think about, or they don't foreground it. I think part of the reason why they're good is like they really they want the music to kick ass.
Yeah, they're not really doing anything like with some like weird intention. That's what I always felt, that they were always kind of authentically just whatever they were. And that's cool.
They're one of the most authentic bands I've ever encountered as people and as music.
Well said. Well said. Well, thank you, Joseph. We appreciate this. If people are interested in attending Northwest Terror Fest, give some shouts.
Sure. So Northwest Terror Fest.
Explain. Yeah, give the whole plug, man. Do it.
This is great. Give me the whole plug. Okay. Yeah. So some bands we got playing this year. The three technically Black Breath plays second to last. The three headliners are Hylessa Reunion, Oronsi Pazuzu, much requested, great band, and Pig Destroyer is doing the Prowler in the Yard for the last time, and like they're not doing the Prowler sets after this year, so we're part of their like Prowler set celebration. Pan American Native Front are going to play. Worm, let me tell you what, I booked them at the right fucking time. I did not know they had a new album coming. I was just like, you guys were cool when I saw you like a couple years ago, and I saw like half the set. I just want to see more. That's as far as the thinking went, right? Wayfarer, always good. Love them. Barren Path. Okay. Some special things. Cretan is back together.
Oh, cool.
Another band I've literally emailed every year. Finally, Marissa was like, yeah, let's do it. Barren Path. Going back to our Evangelion episode.
Yeah.
Discordance Axis is no more. And Gridlink is no more, but Gridlink minus John Chang is Baron Path. With Mitch from Maruda on vocals. Love you, Mitch. That dude, awesome. I can't believe they're playing. I can't believe we got fucking like so many people from so many different bands. And I can't believe Takafumi's coming to the United States to play for us. That's nuts. Iron Lung, Innumerable Forms, Hedonist. Have you heard Hedonist?
I feel like I've read a write-up on him, but I haven't listened to him yet.
Okay. Hedonist is cool. Hedonist is one of the guitarists from Iskra, who were one of the few left-wing black metal bands that was about riffs and songs.
Okay. I do remember that name floating around a bit. I think I'm sure I checked them out at one point,
Mm-hmm. They fuck. His new band is Hedonist. And if you want like a modern bolt thrower worship band that kicks ass,
okay.
Oh, Hedonist.
Okay.
So excited to see them. Horse Butcher's coming through for the first time with their I didn't know this when I booked them. Their singer is Lana Del Rabies. So Lana Del Rabies is going to do a noise set.
Huh.
That's insane.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Triage is going to play. All the members of Kill the Client that matter in one band. Like, what more could you want? I'm being a little too effusive. Hell is playing. It's a great lineup. I was insecure about it, like I always am before it came out. Now I look back at it, I'm like, still got it, baby.
Well done, man. Well done. And I excited to help out in any ways, even though geographically we're still not aligned in a place where I can get out there when I want to. When is the fest?
One of these years, buddy.
I know it's gonna happen. I'm very close to retirement. When I'm close to retirement, fuck that. I'll be out there. No problem. I could take school off and do all that stuff. But
you won't see me break my bones trying to act like a 20-year-old in the Black Breath Pit.
That's true. That's true.
After this, I'm probably going back into
retiring. Yeah.
It's getting up there, man. Not getting up. People do it older than me, but I don't know, man.
Hey, dude, I broke my wrist skiing last winter, and that was a wake up call for me that I can't act like a dumbass as much as I like acting like a dumbass. So hopefully you don't break anything at Black Breath.
Life is a prison. Death is the key. Northwest Terror Fest is May 7th, 8th, and 9th in Seattle, Washington. You can get tickets at northwestterrorfest.com or at Northwest Terror Fest on Instagram. Or just Google it.
Yeah.
We out here.
This is easy. There's the internet. Come on, young folks.
Yeah, come on. Come out, show up. If I'm going to be a little self-aggrandizing,
good.
Terrorfest is a small fest. But my thing is I want to do this like Entombed Wolverine Blooms. Pound for pound. More vicious.
Yeah.
Like it is a tinderbox. You will have a blast. I promise you that.
And my plan is to very soon get out there. Indeed. I would
love that.
Awesome. Well, thank you once again, Joseph, for joining us as our spirit guide through this episode. And, with a personal touch, I really like the fact that you're these guys, you're geographically there, and that they're doing this for you with Northwest Terror Fest this year is always a treat to bring you on.
Thank you, sir. And y'all just go fucking listen to fucking Black Breath. It's so good.
Oh yes. Oh yes.